not streaming to YouTube yet. Okay, now we are streaming to YouTube.
Got it. Hi, Scott.
How do?
We'll just wait a couple more minutes for folks to pop on and for all of that fun tech stuff to happen. And Deb, let us know whenever you're set on your end.
Yep, getting there. Just
take your time.
More people.
Yep, take your time. Yeah, it looks like we just got hi, Ian.
Go on.
There you go, and we've got Heath. So hi, Heath. There he is.
Oh,
whoops.
Paul. Hi, Paul.
That was a mistake of mine. Sorry. Almost there. Chuck's just joining now.
Perfect. And then Race is going to be a couple minutes late. He's going to be about 30 minutes late, just to let you know. So he might pop in later throughout.
Who is that? I'm sorry.
Race.
Okay.
Hi there, Chuck. Hi, Matt.
So I think that's everybody then, right? Oh no, maybe not. Let me see. No, we're still missing.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Who are we missing? Besides Race.
I think
Stacy.
Is it Stacy?
Stacy. Yeah.
Okay, I think we're ready to go.
Okay. Okay, well, let's get started then. And then we know that Race will join a little bit later, and then Scott, I think, is going to have to leave for a meeting as well. So let's pop in real quick. Quick share of the agenda. Can y'all see that? Okay, perfect. So today we're going to start like we normally start with just opening comments. We'll talk a little bit about those communication updates, and then we do have some updates for you overall. So we'll dive into that portion first. Then we'll jump into a bit of public comment like we typically do. We'll take a quick break, and then we will start reviewing those recommendations that have been developed as of thus far. We'll start by going over that template and then the different recommendations that have been submitted. I believe that we have about 52 recommendations overall that have been provided, so this will be fun to sort through all of that. We'll take a,
Thank you so much.
you bet.
Deb. Okay. Thank you. We'll take a quick break. Then we are going to vote to send things to the sounding board today. And then after that, we will talk a little bit about addressing quality access to harvest. So we'll start diving into those recommendations in particular, and we will close out with next steps and follow-up action items. Are there any questions, comments, concerns as of thus far? Thank you for shaking your head. And with one person, Scott shook his head, so we'll go with it. So I'll stop sharing. As a friendly, quick reminder, I'm not going to share this because I don't think it's necessary at this point. Please remain on camera if you can. Be ready to participate, listen and engage. Be mindful of your airtime, minimize distractions, raise your hand, and of course, most importantly, please do not try to watch the YouTube video of this while on Zoom at the same time. That does cause issues. Any questions, comments on basic ground rules before I go into updates? Okay. So some quick updates to start with, just so folks know, we did provide that information out to you guys in order to review, to send to the sounding board, and to create those recommendations today. We did get 4 responses before the deadline, so thank you guys for sending out those responses before 9 total responses. And as you guys know, we did not send anything to the sounding board. This time, Deb is going to have a bit of a chat about what we're looking to do into the future. We do have a commitment to engage with the sounding board in particular. We have 3 times in our charter that we discussed engaging with the sounding board in particular. The first one was for those key issues, and we decided to waive that one. Next is really talking about those estimating consequences. So we do need to have a process to engage the sounding board. And as you have noted on the agenda, we will be having a vote at this meeting to start that process and make sure that we are utilizing the sounding board to the maximum extent possible. And I think Deb is going to talk a little bit more in depth on what that looks like too. And we will circle back at that point in the agenda to give you a bit more context on it. The other change that will happen in particular process-wise is if there is a deadline, we will start moving forward with whatever action was originally discussed. So if you provide content after the deadline, we are just going to go forward and say it was consent. We will, so if we give you a deadline, please provide responses before that deadline. If you don't do it, we're going to say that it is consent and we're going to move forward with it so that we are able to get all of these different pieces moving forward. If we can circle back to whatever the issue was that you were bringing up after the deadline, we will try to, but we do need to get things moving forward. So we will be moving on that consent process as well. Those are some quick updates that I do want you guys to know about overall. The one other is from the Deb's email on the 3rd. We did have members respond to providing recommendations overall. We had 2 individuals submit responses. So we will be talking about those responses in particular that were submitted by those 2 individuals. So you should have a copy of those and a lengthy summary document. Are there any questions, comments so far? One person shaking their head. Okay. Let's do some quick communication updates and then turn it over to Deb for updates.
So I guess I'm interested in hearing if you guys heard from any members of the public on anything you haven't shared with the group yet.
Scott?
No, I have not heard from the public at all.
Thanks, Scott. Heath?
I heard from a few people regarding people that must have been watching the last meeting regarding the transferable cow tag deal. Quite a few people, well, everybody that called, I guess, had concerns about it being abused, I guess. That was the only feedback I've had.
Yeah, we'll circle back on that in particular. Thanks, Heath. Any other updates? Druska?
Did everybody get the email from Randy Newberg?
Some people are nodding and some people are shaking their head no.
Because he had a list of recommendations, some of which we've talked about and some that were new. I just wondered, it looked to me in his address part that he intended everybody to get it. So, but if they didn't, I don't know why.
If you, yeah, I didn't get that either. I can send it out to the group or you can too, Druska, if you want.
Okay.
Yeah, let's make sure everybody gets that.
I did not get it, and I'd like to see it.
Okay, I'll send it to, maybe I'll see if I can work my magic while that chance, but I'll try.
No. And if not, just forward it to me and I can forward it to the group too.
Okay.
Or, yeah. Heath and then Ian.
Sorry, Scott. Randy sent it to me and then said he couldn't find an email for you and asked me to send it to you, and I dropped the ball. So, my bad.
Ian?
I think that should be posted on that file exchange site also. But I guess we're moving away from that. So let me know if we want that stuff back on there. I can put it all there so anybody can access anything at any time, but just let me know on that.
Thanks, Ian. Yeah, I think it's everybody responds quick to their emails. I think that's a good first place, and then maybe for storage, the other. Any other comments? Anything else anybody wants to share about updates? Okay. Deb, I will turn it over to you for FWP updates.
Sure. Just a few. One, Keith already brought up the transferable tags. My camera's over here, but you guys are here, so I'm gonna not be looking at the camera, sorry. The transferable tags, when you guys were talking about it, you guys weren't speaking of it in the traditional use of transferable tags, meaning they're sellable and things like that. You guys, in fact, said that you didn't want them to be sellable. But still, when you guys were having that conversation, I thought you guys would be moving away from that to more a designated tag opportunity. But I just want you guys to know, if you guys do transform this recommendation, if there is any hint that it's still a transferable tag, that's something that FWP is not going to support. We'll never support transferable tags. As Heath said, there's a lot of pushback on that, and it's just something that we cannot get behind at all. The public just doesn't want it. So that's just something to keep in mind going forward. Either you guys could do something else with the recommendation, go for it as you have it. Just know that's something that's not going to be something that we support going forward. Any questions on that? Okay. And then the last thing I want to say is there was some confusion going forward with the sounding board last time and sending the sounding board some things. The sounding board, like Kimberly said, is there to bounce things off, get ideas, get input. They, like you, wanted to be a part of this group, and you guys were the chosen ones, and but they still had that interest and they really wanted to be a part of this. So I encourage us to move forward and engage them. And at the end of the last meeting, it sounded to me like everybody was on board and engaging the sounding board. And then when Kimberly sent out that draft, there were some concerns over what the draft looked like. So I want to make sure that this is your opportunity, that this is your opportunity to speak your mind here. I know it gets a little bit difficult when you don't know who else is watching, and you guys are in the public eye, but please speak your mind, please voice your opinions. This is your opportunity to do so. And if you disagree with each other, so be it. But it's hard to moderate that over email, that discourse over email. So I really encourage you to voice your opinions now and share with each other here, because it's just gets to be a difficult scenario to facilitate that over emails, obviously. Any questions on that or comments? Pushback?
Yeah.
I guess maybe I don't know, I'll take that one for a second. I guess as far as recommendations to the sounding board, I guess at what level does the group think, or maybe it's topic specific, because I feel like the two, while I 100% agree, if we can have a well thought out, very detailed recommendation that we share with the sounding board, that would be best. But the time that transferable tags, I don't know what other people's opinions are, but it sounds like maybe we just drop that, because it's going to be a tough sell. So throwing that idea, transferable tags out to the sounding board, or, I guess that, potentially pick your weapon. That's another very big change. So, do we go to the sounding board with some of these off the wall ideas in, basically just bullet point format, or do we have to get them to, a full recommendation? I mean, I guess question to the group.
Chuck, do you want to?
Yeah. I don't know if there's some confusion over transferable tags. We kind of put that in the box of the landowner. At least that's where I got it, that the landowner could shoot elk and then have somebody else tag them. And I'm not on board with that. But I would be on board for, the sportsmen that are in the field. If one guy can shoot 3 elk and his buddies can tag it, that's what I was thinking that was. And I don't know if, if that makes any difference, but, and I understand there'd be pushback, but, if we want to, if the sport, I want it to be a benefit to the sportsman. And if that was misread, then so be it. But I want to make it clear. I don't think that I would ever support only the landowner being able to shoot those tags and then somebody else tag them. I would not be in favor of that. So as far as the little snafu over not going to the sounding board last week, I don't think we were clear enough on what we were going with. There was, when we saw it in writing, then there was some discomfort. Mm-hmm. So when there's that kind of discomfort, then we don't want to go out with something that, we don't really fully agree with. So it's not, at least in my opinion, I was never opposed to bringing the sounding board into this. Just make sure that we go out with the right message. And then something that Ian just said struck me when Ian said something about pick your weapon being an off the wall idea. I don't think that would be my opinion. It's done in many states, several states. So it's not like we reinvent the wheel on that. And I think I don't want to take that one off the table. So those are my comments.
Yeah, thanks, Chuck. I just want to comment quickly that I didn't mean that you guys didn't want to go to the sounding board. I know that you guys do, and I know that you guys value them. There was just some confusion, like you said. Agreed.
Can I circle back with just this before we dive into a full conversation about process? Deb and I did talk a little bit about what this could look like. So this will kind of address what Ian was talking about and a little bit of what Chuck was talking about. We're thinking about really covering 3 areas in particular in the meeting itself. So really talking about the intent of the recommendation, the justification, and the description, having those finalized within some form in the meeting itself so you guys see what it looks like, and then within 2 days sending it out to the sounding board from there, so you would have that opportunity to look at it within this meeting space and then move forward. So that's just one proposed recommendation that we were thinking about process wise that might be amenable to what you guys are talking about, so you'd see it beforehand, because there are a couple different topics. It's one, do we want the sounding board to see draft items? 2, do we want to know what is sent to the sounding board before it is sent? And then how do we integrate all of the information overall? So I think we have a couple different moving pieces, but we have Heath, Stephanie, Ian, and then Matt.
I don't have the regs in front of me, so maybe Deb can help me, but right now you can buy 3 Region 4 cow tags, I believe. And I can't remember, can you buy more than one at a time, or do you have to fill one and then go get another? I'm not sure on that.
No, you don't. I don't know if you could buy all 3 at the same time, but you could definitely buy more than one. So
You can buy more than one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, I mean, that's essentially what we're kind of talking about there, is what we're doing in Region 4, right? Is we can have multiple cow tags. And if I go out there and kill 2, I guess you can already transfer meat. You can, that's already a legal option, I guess. I wasn't sure if we had to fill a cow tag to get another one. I wasn't sure on that. That was my question, I guess. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Heath. Stephanie, Ian, then Matt. And Chuck, you still have your hand up, I think.
I just want to agree with some of the other sentiments that were already said. I don't think it's that we didn't want to go out to the sounding board. I think there was just some wording that was confusing and would have been very confusing to the public. Like Chuck was talking about, like basically only the landowner could do the transferable tags. And then also mule deer was suggested. That's where I just kind of was like, I don't think this is ready to go. It was not clear where our head was at in those recommendations. They were just written up slightly different than I had it in my head that we discussed.
Okay.
And,
Ian?
and that's why I think that suggestion that Kimberly and I came up with it. You guys are going to have, you will see today what would be going out to the sounding board, and you guys have to agree upon that. And I think that'll be good.
I'd also like to throw out, if you do have questions or it doesn't look right, definitely let us know. Definitely let us know, especially before a deadline. It really helps, because after that deadline passes, we don't have space to move. It makes it really difficult to move after that. Ian and then Matt.
Yeah, I was just gonna maybe clarify my off the wall comment. I would agree with Chuck. Like I think the pick your weapon discussion is like, it's something that I am in favor of, that being a recommendation for discussion. I think we want to, on that topic, get feedback from the sounding board on that one and get their take. The off the wall comment is in context to the way Montana has, I guess how their current regulations are structured. It would be a pretty significant change, because essentially you'd be, cutting your hunting opportunity from 3 months down to a month and a half. So I'm not opposed to having that idea get more traction, but yeah, that's just clarification there.
Thanks for clarifying, Ian. Matt, then Druska.
So I guess just kind of building on that, I think we're all here on this group because there needs to be some major changes made. And if we're going to shoot down everything that is uncomfortable to people right away, as far as transferable tags or choose your weapon, we wouldn't be here unless we needed some bigger changes that are happening. So I think these things need to be fleshed out a little bit, and instead of shooting them down saying we're not going to do this because people aren't comfortable with it. Well, I mean, we need to keep the conversation going a little bit, I believe. But
Thanks for sharing your perspective, Matt. Druska?
So I agree with what Matt just said. I think if we as a group diminish our ideas because the public won't agree, then we miss our charter, because that we're supposed to be thinking out of the box, coming up with new tools. And if you can't talk about new tools and put it out and flesh it out and all of that, then I'm not sure what we're doing. It was my recollection on the mule deer portion, the discussion was, if you can't fill this elk tag out there and you're hunting, what you end up doing is taking home a consolation mule deer. So I think that's how mule deer got into that whole script that was written. Are we going to have to, in order to protect the mule deer from that happening, do we have to do an addendum or something within the recommendation that we send out that says we're saving the mule deer and they're not put in this spot? I don't know.
Druska, that's a I guess a conundrum right there. Even though that's not this group's charge, you certainly in your recommendation can tell FWP, you're going to need to look at this, as well, or something like that. I don't see anything wrong with that, but making recommendations, on, mule deer harvest would be outside the scope, but I think cautioning us is perfectly fine.
Well, and so if you use the template and you come down to unintended consequences there that says, and by the way.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes, please. Stephanie, Scott, and then Aaron.
I'm just going to agree with Matt on his comment that I think the whole point of it is to get all of these folks and all of these different user groups to really reflect on what they're willing to give. That's the whole point, is kind of compromise here. So it's not, you know, by talking about things that maybe sportsmen are like, oh, no, 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 or landowners are like, no, no, no. We've got to find that middle ground. And again, I said it from day one, you know, there might be nobody that comes away 100% happy, but if everybody comes away 80% happy and it gets the job done, then that's what we need to be looking at.
Thank you, Stephanie. Scott, then Aaron.
And to, I guess, like Ian's point on pick your weapon or your season or anything like that, I was going to say that just because we come up with an idea on that, I don't think we need to, we don't need to jump into a whole hog, as in we could do a test area. Like if it works in area 422, test it out in an area. Don't do the whole state or a whole area. Just try it in one area to see if it actually works. And if it doesn't work, we know we don't have to implement that whole thing. We can, you know, test it first before we implement it statewide, because then I think that would be more palatable too, because then we're going to see if it's a failure or a success, and then it'd be easier to roll back one area than the whole state.
Yes, and we'll definitely noted, and we'll circle back to that idea, and it comes up in the recommendation too. So there's a comment in that space on that. So we will definitely highlight that. Aaron.
Yeah, so like going off of Matt and Stephanie, everyone else, you know, worried about public interpretation here and everything. We have to remember too, we're members of the public, we're sportsmen as well. So I would like to think that we're from a diverse enough group across all spectrums of the state that hopefully, you know, if one of us is uncomfortable with it, fine and dandy, but we need to realize that we're all members of the public as well. So
thank you for that perspective, Aaron. So from this, it seems we're still supportive of gathering some of our ideas and providing them to the sounding board. So what we'll do moving forward is we'll look at the content provided. We'll really focus in on those 3 areas of the template: the intent, the justification, and the description. We'll review it before we send it out, and we will have a vote to make sure that everybody is comfortable doing so. Does that sound reasonable for folks? If this is not okay with you, I need you to speak right now. And I'm going to make an awkward pause here in case anybody needs to speak. Ian. Ian, you're on mute. If you're talking, I can't quite see you very well.
Sorry.
There you go.
Will every recommendation need to be, I guess, all the kind of the context be developed and gone through in the group? Or, I mean, I guess as far as homework ideas and whatnot, I mean, if somebody has a specific idea, can they, you know, bring a draft ahead of time, so then that discussion could take place on an idea on the subsequent meeting or something?
So Deb did send out an email asking folks to submit any additional recommendations that they had. We did have 2 members give recommendations. They provided some draft content, and when I sent out that summary, it's called like Elk Management Summary Document, June 7th, something along those lines. It has all of the listed recommendations that have been provided as of thus far. I believe we have 10 from folks, so 2 individuals submitted about 10. 11 were created in our last meeting, and 31 have been created overall in the meetings themselves. So you should have the entire list of those. And for process moving forward, I would highly recommend we stay on topic. So this time we'll be really talking about those past recommendations and then access. And then I will tell you about the next upcoming ones. And if you have things that you want to provide, I highly recommend providing it at least a week in advance to the group so they can review it. And we can have that conversation and discussion in this space here, because I think that that's where that conversation and discussion is best, rather than via email. If that helps. Did that answer? Deb, you went off mute, so I didn't know if you have something else to add. Oh, never mind. She did not go off mute. Okay. Any other questions, comments, concerns? Okay. Thank you, Heath, for at least shaking your head. Appreciate it. I'll turn it back to Deb to do public comment.
So we had 15 people sign up, and like usual, not everybody is online right now. We have 5 people that signed up ahead of time that is showing up online. We're going to give them 3 minutes apiece. I would ask the attendees to state your name, if you represent an organization or just yourself, and also if you're on the sounding board, and maybe where you're from in Montana would help as well. And I'm going to turn this over to Jasmine if she's ready to let folks in.
Perfect. It looks like the first person that we have on our list is going to be Troy Bertelston, I believe is how you pronounce that. I'll ask you to unmute yourself, please. And then you have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Well, congratulations and thanks to all of you for doing the work that you're doing to support elk hunting in Montana. I didn't get to see the draft of proposals, but one of the things that I remember being proposed was some of the areas having longer hunting for the special permits and stuff than on private land than public land, and which kind of rubs me the wrong way, meaning people that, you know, buy up hunting rights to private land get a better hunting season than people that are trying to hunt on public land. Is that going to be true in any of these recommendations? And that's my only question.
I think we move on to the next person, Jasmine.
Perfect. The next person that we have on our list is going to be Dan McNulty. Dan, if you want to go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Dan McNulty. I'm an associate professor of wildlife ecology at Utah State University in Logan, Utah. And for more than 25 years, I've studied the northern Yellowstone elk herd, a portion of which winters in Montana Hunting District 313, adjacent to Yellowstone National Park's northern boundary. And one thing I've learned and published about was that elk harvest by itself, even when focused on adult female elk, was insufficient to limit the size of the northern Yellowstone elk herd in the years before the recovery of large carnivores, including wolves, cougars, and grizzly bears. And these were the years between 1976 and 1994 when the northern elk herd was increasing despite increasing harvest pressure in Hunting District 313. Harvest didn't decrease in elk numbers until after these carnivores were also a significant source of elk mortality, especially elk calf mortality. And so these findings suggest that one potential strategy for reducing elk numbers in districts that exceed population objective is to maintain adequate numbers of large carnivores in these districts at the same time that elk harvest is increased. And the combined action of hunters and large carnivores will likely provide the level of offtake that's necessary to drive down elk numbers in these over objective districts. And although this strategy is not necessarily feasible in all districts, there are certainly some districts such as 313, which is currently over objective, in which it is definitely feasible. And so it's for this reason that I would encourage the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group to consider how FWP can creatively use large carnivore management together with elk harvest management as a tool for reducing elk numbers in hunting districts that exceed population objective. Thanks very much for the opportunity to comment.
Next up, we have Casey York. Casey, if you can unmute yourself. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you. I'm Casey York with Trap Free Montana out of the Bitterroot. I want to thank you all for serving on this advisory group, and my apologies if I'm a little behind the 8 ball on the data that you've gathered. I think it's important to find out, if you don't already have this, which elk management units correlate to where the wolves are being killed. The 273 wolves that were reported this last season, which ones are already over elk management objective, which ones have CWD, which ones are where landowners are having the most complaints with the elk, how many wolves we're taking out of those elk management units. I don't know if you have that data, but I think you should. FWP has that data. And it would be, I think, important to correlate those findings. For years, we've heard about using every tool in the toolbox to reduce the elk numbers. And yet, so often following that has been a focus on reducing wolves. And I think wolves are the natural, it's not even I think, it's evident that wolves are the natural tools at keeping the elk population in check and keeping the elk strong and healthy. And they need to be part of this equation. They need to be part of this discussion, and a sunset clause on certain areas saying, we're going to recommend that that it's closed off to see what the wolves can do. I mean, Yellowstone is a prime example where they used to run the elk out, because to be shot, and wolves hammered them. And then they came back and in a balance, both balancing each other out. So I just strongly encourage you, to, might not be popular, but that's not your role, right? It's to address this and look at it from different ways and get all that data and put it together and get wolves on the table. Thank you.
Next, we have Cole Hoffel. You want to go ahead and unmute yourself?
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name's Cole Heffley, and I am on the sounding board. I listened to the last meeting, and I know the public comments were 4 minutes then, so I aimed my comments for 4 minutes, so I hope you can give me a little grace there. But anyways, I represent the general public land hunter. Thanks to all of you for your efforts in this group and for hearing me out today. First thing, I do not think we have an elk hunting problem in Montana. We have excellent elk hunting. I have 100% success year after year on either harvesting or opting not to shoot a bull on public land, on easy to draw tags all over the state. I'm simply just willing to work for it, and I just acknowledge elk hunting is not easy. We also do not have an elk overpopulation problem in Montana. Outside of a few large ranches being overpopulated by choice, we simply have an over-objective problem. Everyone agrees that the elk management plan is out of date, and so much of the elk overpopulation talk comes solely from landowners wanting more bull tags. What we do have in Montana is a UPOM problem. And what I mean by that is that UPOM represents a new state of mind of landowners who want to hoard elk onto their properties and then discover new personal rights and privileges to this public resource. This creates an elk management problem. Let's call it like it is. Most of the recent uproar of elk hunting problems, quote unquote, in Montana have not been due to poor elk hunting, but due to UPOM type landowners wanting to codify special rights and privileges for themselves in Montana, which caused an uproar and then got this broader elk management conversation really heated up. The very obvious number one main problem that needs to be addressed is one word, and that word is distribution of both elk and hunters. The problem in Montana is elk crowded onto inaccessible private lands during hunting season, and hunters crowded onto public lands, which decreases elk harvest and hunter satisfaction. So from that, two focus areas. Focus area number one should be redistributing elk by incentivizing private landowners to allow access. 454 tags are a great tool for this, although I believe the ratio of 3-to-1 is woefully short. Landowner preference, I think, is another great tool that we have not implemented. I do not understand why we are giving landowners preferential treatment in our special draws if they are unwilling to cooperate in the management of our elk herds. I think that should be leveraged as a tool, and they should have to prove that they are allowing access, or at least allowing cow harvest on their property to qualify for landowner preference. Private land shoulder seasons during August and during the dead week between archery and rifle, I think, are great tools. Remembering that cow harvest on private lands is a tool for redistributing elk, not just for killing elk. Things like transferable tags only serve private landowners and outfitters who want to kill 5 elk at once rather than allowing 5 people to hunt. Focus area number 2 would be redistributing and decreasing hunters. And what I mean by that is, first of all, I would decrease non-resident tags. Anybody who's hunted public land in the last 10 years knows that non-residents are a huge contributor to overpopulating public lands and also to unethical hunting behavior. Before we start placing limits on residents, I think we should reduce non-resident impact. Also, eliminating non-resident combo tags. I think the deer elk combo tag is a terrible idea and also contributes to overcrowding. And then other things, limiting permit holders to their permit unit. I think that's a great idea. Last thing I'll say, it's unfortunate that Director Warsick and others have portrayed to the public that we need to reinvent the wheel when it comes to elk management. This is simply not true. It would be better to do nothing than to throw some Hail Mary just for the sake of change. The North American model of wildlife conservation has worked for decades in North America and serves as the official conservation model for Montana, although it is really not currently being followed. My recommendation to this group would be to look at the main tenets of this model and ask, where is Montana doing this well? Where are we not? And what needs to change? This would be implementing a proven model. Of course, this would require special interests to be put aside, but after all, you are the Citizens Advisory Group, so this should not be a problem. Thanks
That
for
is
your time.
Thank you. So the last person we have today is going to be Paul Ellis. You want to go ahead and unmute yourself, Paul? You have 3 minutes, sir.
Paul Ellis, I'm from Bozeman. I'm also sit on the PLPW. I have some comments and I appreciate you guys hearing me out today. Talking about overcrowding, I think some of this overcrowding may be coming from an additional number of non-resident and resident cow hunters too. And I think that, you know, we should look at that and see how many of them during the archery season are hunting during archery. I think some of these folks, quite a few of them maybe, are getting are hunting during rifle and archery season, but don't have a general either sex tag. I know New Mexico does. They don't allow their residents to non-residents to get a cow tag, but I don't think that's feasible in Montana. I think we need to keep on working on these landowner incentive programs. The 454 program is proven to be a very successful program on getting people in the field. I think if you start monkeying with the ratio though, however, you're going to be back to the same way it was back in 2001 and where no landowners are going to participate. Choose your area seems to be a good idea. I think we need to see how it works this year on our numbers and the crowding because we don't have any data in yet to see if that has any effect on choosing your area for these permits for this year. So I think that's something you've got to look at and maybe kind of sit back on. The other thing is that I shared that before about Utah. I'm the guy from Utah that called in. There is a study in Utah that was funded by BYU and the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation that they had the same problem we're having in Montana, where the elk were moving off of the private public ground onto the private land as soon as the season starts. And they did a study down there where they tagged a bunch of elk, and they and they issued more private land permits. And what this did is it drove more elk onto the public lands. I think the percentage was, it went from 26% of the elk on public land to 42%. So that might be a way to do it to, you know, you're talking about some, maybe more tags on private land versus public land, but that would help benefit the public land hunters. Party applications, I think what Chuck was talking about before was party hunting with residents or non-resident hunters, where if you've got 2 or 3 guys out in the field and someone sees a cow and another person doesn't have their tag filled, they shoot one for them. That might be a way to help bring these numbers down. I don't think transferable tags in the sense that landowners should get them is going to be feasible at all, but that's basically what I have right now. But I think there's some solutions out there that we can look at. I haven't seen your proposals, recommendations yet. And are those, Deb, are those on the line somewhere, or can you send them to me?
They're not up yet. They don't have anything for the sounding board to review, but hopefully after today, we'll have something for them, for you guys to review.
Well, I sure appreciate you guys taking the time to hear me out. Thanks.
And Jasmine, I think that was it for the public comment. If you could stay on for a second, Jasmine, I'll see if anybody has questions for any of the public that was on.
Okay.
Brent and Scott. Brent, Scott, Ian have their hands up.
I guess I have a follow-up question for Paul if he's still on the line, and this is regarding the pick your weapon and let's see what happens this year. My understanding is we've gotten more restrictive on archery only in many units, whereas if you get that archery tag, it's only good for archery in that specific unit. So that's somewhat restrictive. But the folks that are drawing the rifle tags in those same units can still hunt archery season. So I feel like we still aren't picking our weapon. The rifle hunters aren't restricted from archery season. So we're still going to have an extra, about a third in most units based on the quota breakdown, rifle hunters that may be archery hunting. And so is there something I'm missing, or were you considering those factors?
Oh, I wasn't really addressing the choose your weapon. I was more addressing the choose your area, because for all the permits across the state for elk, whether it be a rifle tag or an archery tag, if it's an archery tag only, you could choose your area. You had to choose that you could only hunt that area that you drew, but you could still hunt a rifle general area later. For the rifle tags, however, the archery tags, the rifle tags are good for archery season. So if you do a rifle tag, which is good for archery only, you can only hunt that area for elk during archery and for rifle season. I'm not really a proponent of choose your weapon, to be honest with you. I think that would, there's so many, especially resident hunters that like to hunt both ways. I think there's some other solutions out there. Does that answer your question?
It does. Yeah. Thank you.
Scott, Ian, Chuck, and Heath. Does anybody have a question? Oh, well, Paul already disappeared. I was going to say if anybody had Paul, but let's go with Scott.
Am I limited to 3 minutes too? Okay. Just real quick I think our transferable tag thing is getting crucified because of the terminology that we used, and people are not seeing the heart of what we were trying to do there. I think if you want to call it party hunting, you can call it party hunting. I think that was what Paul talked about when he said party hunting is exactly what we're talking about in every discussion that we had about the transferable tags, where if you've got a group of guys or an extra tag or whatever, that you're able to shoot something else on that tag. That is a transference of the tag. So, you know, that I think we just need to clear up just a little bit. And then I just wanted to address a couple of things that Cole said. I appreciate his comments. I would disagree with him about everything being a landowner problem and not an overpopulation problem. Everyone I know where I live, we let people go all season long. We have too many elk. That's not true for everywhere. And also, I would just encourage us to think about his scenario of the landowner wanting somebody to shoot 5 elk instead of letting 5 people go. That argument is predicated on the assumption that if I let 5 people go, that they're going to kill 5 elk. In reality, I'm going to let 5 people go, they're going to kill 0 elk. And one lucky person is going to get into the elk and only be allowed to shoot 1. So I just wanted to clear up a couple of those things. Thanks.
Thanks, Scott. Ian, then Chuck and Heath.
Yeah, I was gonna, I guess, respond to a comment from Dan McNulty. Just, I guess it's been stated many times in this group, the locality in which recommendations are made and whatnot, it makes a big impact because, you know, while predators might be used for a management tool in one location, just a big issue with predators is there is no off button once they're there, and once you hit that objective number, you're at the will of the animal. You know, you can't turn them off. You can't say, okay, that you've eaten enough. You're good to go. I mean, we're dying up here in Northwest Montana as a result of it. So while it might have great benefits in some places, it's not a one size fits all. So anyways.
Thanks, Ian. Chuck?
Yeah, so is Casey York on?
Yes, she is.
Okay, so you're talking about letting the wolves live where the elk are over objective, and to track the statistics as to what's happening in those areas. Well, so it's pretty easy to tell, and I'm going to piggyback on Ian a little bit here. Northwestern Montana, Region 1 and 2, the wolves have pretty much wiped out the elk. Hunting opportunity there is very nil. So, and Ian admits it. Those people from those areas are coming down into Region 3, Region 4, Region 5, and hunting. So it adds to our overcrowding problem. You can't turn the wolves off, like Ian said, or can you, Casey? Can you with some kind of assurance tell me that when an elk population reaches objective, that the wolves will be taken out and the elk will be allowed to thrive? Can you give me that assurance here today?
I think that, here comes Casey.
Okay, there we go. Well, Mr. Rain, naturally, a predator is not going to wipe out its prey base. That's not going to happen. So I can tell you that much, that a natural predator is not going to wipe out their prey base. They're going to ebb and flow, just like what happened in Yellowstone. Also, it's not that cut and dry what's happened in Northwest Montana. I guess I would ask, I'd like to see the data that the wolves have wiped out the elk up in Northwest Montana. I think the evidence is far more habitat is a big factor. And also, what is the population count? There's areas up in Northwest Montana where they haven't surveyed the elk for a great amount of time, a number of years. Hopefully
so I would agree with you that they won't wipe out their prey base, but when they kill enough elk, then they'll start killing cattle. I've seen it and I've experienced it. And I tell you what, this is all touchy-feely and it sounds nice, but wolves are not the answer to our problem. And that will be my opinion going forward very strongly. on this council. I appreciate you taking the time to comment, but I can't sit here and watch my cattle herd be decimated by wolves and think that that will never stop, because it won't stop.
Thank you, Chuck. Seems like we do have a robust conversation that we could potentially have on wolves, but I want to hold on that conversation so that we could really focus on any additional comments that folks have for the public, so we can wrap up and start focusing in on the elk portion of our discussion and focusing in on how we can address those key issues.
I would suggest, Kimberly, that if there are any actual questions for the public instead of a tit for tat rebuttal right now, because like you just suggested, that can happen within this group, but are there any questions for the public members? Druska
and Ian.
I don't have a question. I had a statement.
Ian, do you have a question or a statement? You're on mute.
Sorry. Deb's been pretty good about sending out, I guess, contact info. I guess if Casey would be interested, I could send her some of the data on numbers that I've distributed to the rest of the group to kind of show what's actually taken place in other parts of the state. So if she's interested in looking at that, I could provide that to her.
Thank you, Ian. And then we'll get Druska's comment.
So everything about elk in this day and age, we're different from 2005, is that it's not always just about numbers and landowners. It's about disease. And so what people have to remember, the 313 herd that has been referenced and the wolves. So you take a population of elk down that are 20,000, seropositive rates, 3 to 6% for brucellosis. And then you knock them down to 3,000, 4,000, and their seropositive goes to 30%. What does that tell you? You know, so it's a much bigger issue on the landscape than wolves killing their prey base.
Thank you, Druska.
I think that's it for the public. Thank you, Jasmine. If you want, you can go ahead and take off now.
Thank you.
We will take a 5-minute break. So come back, I guess, 1 minute after, and we will start diving into the recommendations themselves.
Casey, is it okay for me to provide Ian your email address? And you can
Yes, please do. That'd be great.
Okay. I will. Thank you.
Kimberly, can you hear me now?
I can, yes.
I'm trying to switch back to my headset. It's not working.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
might see in a little bit if it doesn't work. Thanks.
Sure thing.
I knew you had to like that headset better, Brent.
It's working again. You know, I've struggled a lot to hear Deb and members of the public through my computer audio. And so the headset, guess I'm going to have to wear it.
Yeah, stick with what works. Huh?
Can you hear me okay through the headset? Okay. All right. Thanks.
Did you have way too much fun on your trip, Scott?
Yes, I did. I might have to go back after this.
Oh, such a hardship.
Where did you end up going?
Oh, I just got back from going fishing for a few days with my kids and my father-in-law and brother-in-law and stuff over in South Dakota.
That'd be nice. Oh, we'll wait one more minute for folks to pop back on. Okay. Well, I'll do a slow start to get us started. What we're going to do is a couple different things. I'm going to walk through the template really quickly and then where we've gone as of thus far so we can get going forward. So can you see my screen?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so I know that there's a bit of confusion on the template, so I'm going to just walk through really quickly so that we can all be on the same page as to what we're doing and why we're doing it. In particular, you should have a copy of this, but we'll just go through it real quick. So first and foremost, purpose, have to stay within our scope of work that we're doing in particular. So focusing in really on forging those new relationships among stakeholders and developing those new and creative ideas and recommendations for issues surrounding elk management in Montana. Those issues surrounding elk management, those are those key items that we defined here. So those key issues that have come up as of thus far. So put this heading here for key issues. Our recommendations have to address one of these. I know that there's a bit of discussion about the disease, and when we get to that one in particular, we'll clarify the context of what we're trying to achieve there. But these were the key issues that we're addressing. So all of our recommendations should address one of these issues. Next is the title of the recommendation, just making sure that whatever we're calling it is there so we know what we're calling it. You can call it recommendation 1 or pick your area, pick your weapon, whatever you want to call it. Just this is the title of the recommendation so that we're all talking about the same thing overall. Some folks did want the key issues to be the title, but I separated those two out so we can know which one of the key issues we're talking about. There could be multiple, and then the title here, just so that we know if we're calling it something in particular, we might create multiple recommendations under one of these key issues. So it just helps us identify those. The real 3 areas that we're going to focus in on for getting the first initial draft out to the sounding board are the intent, justification, and description. So the intent really describes what you're trying to achieve with the recommendation in itself, right? And so I'm going to scroll up. Sorry, it's going to get you guys seasick. The intent should address one of these key issues. If you're building out a recommendation and you're describing the intent and it doesn't achieve one of these, that's an issue because that's going to tell us a couple different things. First thing it's going to tell us is that we're possibly out of scope. So I'm asking you to describe the intent so that we can stay within our bounds of what we're trying to achieve, which is addressing one of these issues. The other reason that we describe the intent in particular is because it gives context so the public can understand what we're trying to achieve overall. What is our intent here? So that really helps clarify whether, rather than just giving simple actions, it describes the intent we're trying to achieve. It also, the last thing that it does is it allows FWP to review our intent. So maybe we give them specific actions and those specific actions may not achieve the intent. Then they can realize that and address that, of course. So the intent is an important section that describes what we're trying to achieve overall, and it should directly relate to one of these key issues. Okay. I'll pause there. Are there any questions thus far? Okay. The justification is the problem that you're trying to solve. So tell us the lay of the land of what that issue is in particular. What are you trying to do? What are you trying to solve in particular? So the way you see the problem also tells you a little bit about how you see the solution. So really understanding what this problem specifically is gives a little bit more context as to what you're trying to solve. The description describes what is being done in this recommendation in particular. What actions are happening in this space? What are you trying to achieve? What specifically is the actions that will get you to achieve what you're trying to achieve, actually? So it's what are the practical actions that are being done? I want to clarify that we're not here describing something in extreme detail, saying, for example, a lot of you have talked about an educational program. We're not going to say on day one of the training, we will talk about this. Here is the course content. Day two, we're talking about this. Here is the course content. You're providing an overall description of what's happening. We're going to talk about hunter ethics. Let's describe what hunter ethics are and what that looks like. So they have that context behind it. So you're probably not going to develop something along the lines that says, the numbers should be this, or this date this happens, or this is the budget. You've got to give them some meat on that, those what you're doing, the recommendations, so that they know what actions are trying to be achieved, but not necessarily develop the whole program. Okay, so there's that sweet spot between those two. Do we understand that? Got one nod, two nods. I'll stop at the end, and then if there are any other questions, we'll get them at that point too. So just keep in mind that that description just describes what you're trying, the actions in particular. The people and organizations. This is here in case there are other folks that need to be involved. So we've talked a little bit about the Forest Service may need to be involved. FWP probably would want to know that. So anything else that needs to be included in here is something that we'd want to identify. Maybe they wouldn't know to include XYZ individuals. So we specifically say these folks are important to include. You also probably want to have some level of balance between hunters and landowners in this space. If you're implementing something in particular, you probably want to have some level of hunters and landowners. This just gives us a check of different things that we need to include in the process, making sure that we're clear. Okay, it doesn't have to be an all-encompassing list, but it just gives that idea of some folks to consider, right? The timeline is important to take into consideration, especially if you have linked decisions. So let's, for example, say you create two recommendations, right? Recommendation 1, recommendation 2. If they're linked together, as in recommendation 2 is dependent on recommendation 1, if FWP doesn't implement recommendation 1, they probably shouldn't have any need to implement recommendation 2. So it clarifies if there's a timeline or anything that needs to happen beforehand, or if it has to happen within a space, right? So does this have to happen before XYZ happens? These two recommendations are considered linked. Please consider them together. That's where you articulate that. It also lets you know if there's a lag in any recommendation that you're making, okay? So let's say this recommendation we recognize would take a year to implement, but we need to do something in the meantime. So then you realize, oh, maybe we should make a quicker recommendation just for a year for this space, and then recognizing next would be this. So it allows you that flexibility to evaluate your recommendations and see how they play together. It does not mean that you say on day 1, this happens, day 2, this happens, day 3, this happens. But it's just allowing you to see that flexibility within your recommendations. Does FWP have authority to take action? So we need to make sure that it's something within this space that FWP can do or the legislature would allow FWP to do. So this is just a check to make sure we're in our space. Also, when we draft our original recommendations, so if we draft it, we can take it to Deb and say, can you check too and give us a check if this is in our space? Do we have actions? Do we have the ability? We can ask her in meetings. She's phenomenal at answering questions and giving us a prompt response, but she's also an individual, not the agency. So sometimes it's nice to take it back to the agency and get a quick check too. So this is just something that allows that check in that space. Limitations and unintended consequences. When we were going through and discussing what key factors we should consider, one of them was unintended consequences. So I pulled this one specifically from you guys about unintended consequences. You wanted to make sure that your recommendations, if they were implemented, didn't cause something unintentionally. It doesn't mean that we capture everything, but we do want to understand if there are possible unintended consequences or any limitations that have occurred because of our recommendation. Just thinking big picture, overall, what that would look like in that space. This allows us to adapt our recommendation or just provides that context for FWP to address too. Feasibility of implementation. This is just another check to say, okay, is this going to cost $600 million? Maybe we should think about something that costs less than that or whatever it may be. Cost is just an example. Are there any limitations to feasibility that we should consider? And it's similar to unintended consequences and limitations, but it's just if we got this on the ground, could it be implemented? What would it look like? Does it seem realistic? So you just want to do a check to make sure that it is feasible to implement overall. And that helps us have those robust recommendations. The reason that we put all of this together is because if you guys go out, you guys wanted to create recommendations. The problem with that is that sometimes you're just throwing spaghetti at the wall and seeing what sticks. You need to make sure you're within scope, clarifying those actions, reviewing all these different pieces. So this just gives you that framework to do that, and also a very transparent way to pass it to public and to FWP too. Are there any questions? Got one person saying no. And I'm going to stay here for a minute because there were a lot of questions on this that people didn't ask. So I'll give you a second to think about it. Are we comfortable working on the intent, justification, and description to give to the sounding board for our initial recommendations? Does that seem like a good space to start? Juska nodding, Scott nodding, Aaron nodding. Okay, okay. Last check. Is anyone not okay with this? Okay. You should all have access to the template itself, so we can go from there. The last thing that I want you to look at or consider, actually, I'll pause and hold on until we talk about access overall and go over it in that space so I don't really confuse you guys. So let's look. I asked you guys to look at the summary list of all of the recommendations that have been provided as of thus far. So what we can do today is we've got a couple things to work on, okay? We have to look through this list of things that we've provided as of thus far. There are 52 recommendations that we've created as of thus far. 10 have been submitted by 2 individuals, 11 created in our last meeting, and the remaining 31-ish, I think is, were created and held when we developed them throughout our meetings, okay? So I asked you guys to look at and see at least 2 items that you thought were important that we should discuss. What we want to do today is a couple things. We want to address that pick your area, pick your weapon recommendation in particular. I'm held the tag one because we needed to have a discussion on that, but that one in particular. Then I would like to see if we could think about at least 3 additional ones to send to the sounding board. How this will work is that we need to identify point people for these recommendations in particular. What we're going to do is we're going to walk through the development of these here, but it takes a lot of time. So we might not get through a bunch of them, right? And so what we can do is we can go through those 3 areas together to see if there are any questions, any comments, anything along those lines. We'll vote. We need to have 9 members confirm whatever content they're comfortable sending it to the sounding board. Within 2 days, we'll have that to the sounding board. Please recognize this isn't a final decision, but we'll just send it out to them for their feedback. What they'll do from there is we're just going to give them the information and they can provide comments and feedback. That point person is going to be responsible for any responses that are provided, putting that information together, and proposing any changes that need to happen to the recommendation itself, okay? So what we'll do is we'll send it out to the sounding board. We'll try to give them about 5 days. We'll try to give the point person about 5 to 7 days to aggregate that information and present it to the group. It'd be most ideal if you can give it at least a day in advance to the committee or the group here so that they can review the information, have questions, and have that discussion. And then we can move it forward in our next meeting to whatever we need to tweak, change, or adjust. Does that make sense? Should I run through that one more time? Druska.
So the point person that you're looking for would get all the responses from the sounding board and put them with each recommendation that we gave them so that we know which ones apply.
So you would sort of aggregate the information. If there's anything that you need to highlight for the group, the whole group should have access to all of the information, but it's going to be a lot all at once, right? So if you get an email from everybody, let's say we have 3 emails and 250 people respond, 3 recommendations and 250 people respond to all 3 of them. That's a lot, right?
Yes.
So that point person will take that information and sort of say, these are key items that I thought. Here's some ways that we can change it if wanted or whatnot, and just we'll present that to the group. The group will discuss and edit. The group will have access to all of that information. The expectation is that they would also read those emails and all of that fun stuff, but this point person would be in charge. They'd be the owner of the recommendation pretty much, and doing that back-end work of tweaking, changing, and adjusting as necessary.
So you would take the information from the sounding board and the point person on their own would fix the recommendation, or you would just put the possibilities?
I would recommend not changing everything. I would recommend saying, this is how we could change the verbiage, or this is something that we should take into consideration. I wouldn't
alternative language.
Yes, or something along those lines, or use track changes or whatever is easiest for you. Because if the group doesn't want to go back to the original language, or they don't want whatever it may be, would be the best way to do it. Deb, you're on camera and off mute.
Yeah, I would just add to, if it wasn't clear, would the owner of that would be taking all this information would likely be the person who came up with that one recommendation to start with. I don't know if that was clear. So you know, Stephanie, I'm looking at you, you're on my screen right there. So if you came up with a recommendation and you were kind of the owner because you started it, then we would suggest that you would be the one that would take the public comment and sounding board information. and Aaron, you would do another one. And so it wouldn't be just one person, Driska, that would take all of it.
Saying that we did have one individual provide 8 of the recommendations this time, so that might be a path moving forward that we utilize. If we choose to use these 8 recommendations that one individual provided, I'm really hopeful that someone else will volunteer to assist in that process. I do not think that we should have one person. Yes, I think, okay, Deb, give me a thumbs up, okay. Yes, moving forward, if you come up with one, we highly recommend you owning it. And I know that Chuck did say he would take full, or did provide context on the pick your area, pick your weapon one in particular. So he seems right on track with doing that as well, but moving forward. Questions? Okay. What this means is that our meetings will be divided into 2 sections from now on moving forward. First section is going to be talking about past recommendations that went to the sounding board, any tweaks, edits, changes, things along those lines. Second half of the agenda is really going to focus on the next items. So addressing quality access to harvest will be next. Then we'll think about improving stakeholder relationships, then the recognize and reduce disease or acknowledge and mitigate risk of disease, however that was worded. And then finally, that data collection strategies one. So it will be in that order, and I'll send out that order via email so you can look at it. The only tweak that I might have is, I know that Druska, you mentioned you might be out one meeting, so I'd want to make sure that we have that risk of disease one when you're present, because I think that's an area that you're you work on a lot. Okay, so that's the order. That's how we'll kind of divide things up. Does that work for folks? We're comfortable. Got some nods. Okay, so we have a bunch of recommendations to look at. And I asked you guys to pick which ones you think would be the most important for us to work on today. And what we're really going to work on is thinking about that intent, the justification, and the description. So we know we're going to deal with the pick your area, your weapon one. Are there other recommendations that really spring to mind here? You have that whole list. And we can either, with 52, we can either go one by one and I can say who supports this one, who supports this one, who supports this one. But I'm hoping you guys reviewed them beforehand and we can just sort of say, these are ones that we need to look at right now to send to the sounding board. Druska.
So the 52, I mean, that long list.
Yes.
So you want to review that, or you want to review recommendations that were submitted?
So this is the whole document of the 52 everything. So we had the 10 that were submitted, and I know I have a split screen, but I've got there's a lot of content. So we need to know which ones of all of these recommendations we want to work on first. I would highly recommend focusing on strategically redistributing elk and hunters and elk, because that's our first topic area. Last time we talked about a whole bunch of different stuff. And then we have to do a check to make sure that we're within scope. So any of these that were submitted as of thus far that specifically focused in on redistributing elk and redistributing hunters, I would probably recommend. I would also highly recommend considering picking one that somebody provided a lot of context to, because it makes our jobs a lot easier here. But we do have all of these that were created last time, okay? And so if there's one there that's really standing out to you too, we can just fix it and go for it.
Okay.
Stephanie.
I'd like to see focused not dead week, sorry. I'm just reading the list. Focused damage hunts and looking at revising the way the damage hunts are structured. I would like to see that as a tool that is adjusted.
So that's on
our recommendations.
Okay. Does everybody want to focus in on that today to send to the sounding board? Let's get Heath.
Yeah, I think it's a good one to look at. If we could get rid of some of the hassle of setting up those damage hunts, they definitely could have some merit. So yeah, I think it's a good one, and it's fairly straightforward.
Perfect. Does anyone not want to focus? Oh, Juska.
So would we have time to do that one and another one?
Hopefully. I would highly recommend picking one that has a lot of content already. I would highly, highly, highly recommend it. I hope you guys reviewed these and looked them over. Time.
Because I'm just thinking that, damage hunt, fixing the protocols or processes for the damage hunt seem more straightforward. Now, I could be wrong, but more straightforward. And I don't know if they meet the redistribute elk and hunters.
That would be the first question we'd ask.
But it's important, but I don't, because it's a tool that we use to redistribute, but it's more of a tool rather than the entire recommendation, maybe. Well, anyway, something like that.
I'm just saying it should be on our radar as one of the ones we look at. I'm not saying that's the only one we focus on today.
So where do we focus today, guys? Or I will pick. And we'll start from the top and work our way down all 52.
Let's start with the pick your weapon.
Okay, we'll start there.
A framework on that. Let's finish that and then see where we go.
Okay, let's pick at least one or two others real quick so that we don't have to circle back and think about it for a while. And I had a couple hands up, but they all disappeared because we already knew we were going to do the pick your weapon. Druska, then Ian.
So this is a question for the group, and certainly the phrase, private landowner or private land only tag is not mine, it was put out in public comment. But does that fit the sort of transferable tag, or can it, if the point is to get cows, harvested, if we don't talk about bull elk and just deal with cow elk, does this recommendation help with the transferable tag issue? And I don't know the answer to that.
I'm going to say Ian, but Scott, were you going to answer that question or a different question?
I was gonna try to. I don't want to muddy the waters anymore, but I'm not. I like that one, and I wouldn't mind having a conversation about it. I'm just not sure that a private land cow tag would be better than addressing, say, a party hunt situation where you allow the people that are already there to harvest more. I'm not sure if it's trying to do the same thing, maybe we can call it by a different name, but that's.
Okay.
But yes, to answer Druska's question, I think they're kind of in the same vein.
Okay. Thank you.
So let's get Ian, then Matt. And I want to rephrase my question here. So we need 3 items that we're sending to the sounding board. So 3 items that you're comfortable working on to send to the sounding board. And when we finish this, I'm going to say for our next steps, next meeting, we're identifying these before we get to our meeting, please. It would be really nice to do that. So Ian and then Matt.
I guess I'd throw out, I do really like the recommendation, like collaboration between FWP and Forest Service for habitat. Just have a discussion on that. Granted, I know some of the requirements further on down the list are going to be a little bit more difficult as far as applicability, but just feel like maybe everybody could agree that if habitat is better on public land, elk might stay where they're supposed to be. And then maybe just a follow-up to the private land only cow tags. My personal take on the intent of that public comment, I think that one was from Randy, is basically just questioning where we're at. And while we want to reduce cow elk, and the burden that puts on landowners. Is there cow tags that we have currently that, interesting to talk to Scott more, because he's got a different situation where he's allowing cow harvest and whatnot. And that's an active, kudos to you. You're an active, good participating landowner. But are there other areas where the ability to use that cow tag on public land is creating the pressure that forces the elk to end up on private land? So anyway, just that's my interpretation of context there.
Thanks, Ian. Matt, then Scott, and then I think we're gonna select. Okay, Matt.
So is the transferable tag off the table, or what is that? Is that, I guess, question for Deb? I mean, is it need a rebranding, a new name, or just the idea totally off the table?
Transferable tags are completely off the table. Now, you mentioned party hunting. That's not transferable tags. That's different. And if you want to call it party hunting, call it party hunting, but transferable tags will never be supported by FWP.
Tell us what your definition of that is, so we know exactly what we're not doing here. So I think we're speaking different languages in reference to transferable tags.
We are, and that's why I let the conversation go the last couple of times, because you guys are speaking a little bit differently. What transferable tags are is we give tags directly to someone, and I'll use it landowner in this case. We give the landowner tags, and then they give those tags to somebody else. That's not how it works right now. How it works is that they designate somebody. The landowner never gets that tag. We give the tags directly to the people they designate. So there's nobody holding tags for somebody else.
I don't think
I'm following it. Go ahead, Matt.
I guess that wasn't my intent when I brought it up at all, as like everybody has their own tag. I mean, I think we just need to rename it something that
you're totally, like I said, you're totally welcome to do that and explain what you mean instead of using that term, because that term is just a lightning rod.
Okay, we got it.
So by your definition, Deb, if a sportsman purchased a tag that they could give to someone if they did not punch that tag, is that okay?
No, that's transferable tags. A tag has to be designated. So it would be, Scott, you would say, I'm going to pick person A and B to get a tag, and we issue them directly to them. You're not the middleman there. A transferable tag is where you're the middleman and give those out. And we want to avoid that. We can issue the tag directly to people, but we will not give them to you to give them to whomever you
Correct.
Yep.
But is it against I'm not sure how to ask my question better. Matt, you got it.
So we all have general elk tags in our pocket with issued to each one of us. And I shoot 2 elk. Scott puts his tag on one, I put my tag on the other. That's what we're trying to accomplish.
And that would be like party hunting.
Yep, okay, so that's the name that we should use, is party hunting?
Yep.
Apparently so.
So we'll tweak the name, and Matt, I might designate you as a point person if we do not get it done today to do that.
I don't want to be a point person.
So what I would just say is,
that'd be terrible. I'd rather
so
make
what
it
I would
meeting.
say is just explain what you want to do and not worry about the name. Just explain what it is that you'd like to do. And then we'll worry about the name later.
Figure it out. Okay, Ian. Or Matt, do you still have your hand up? Or okay. Yeah.
Deb, I don't know if it's something I don't think we can look up party hunting in a dictionary. Maybe we can, but what does FWP's definition of party hunting, or do you even have one? Because it's not really.
There we go. So yeah, I don't know if we have an actual definition, but what Matt just suggested is what party hunting is. It's no matter who shoots the critter, somebody else can tag it in that party.
Okay.
Okay. So we have Scott, we have Brent, then we have Stephanie. I do have our couple items. I do want to pick them and go forward as quickly as possible because it's going to take some time, but Scott.
Just really, Matt, I'll help you any way you want.
You've been voluntold.
No, I will. I volunteer to help you with that anyway.
Awesome. You can be the point person. That'd be great.
Okay.
I've never played point guard.
Stephanie, then Brent. I think Stephanie, you had your hand up, but you might have you took it down.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm just saying party hunting has come up in the legislature multiple times and it's come close to passing multiple times. I think it's just a branding thing.
Okay. Brent?
Yeah, more data for you, Matt. Party hunting is actually defined in the regulations, and it's currently restricted. There's no party hunting allowed. So it's a little bit of an uphill battle, but like Stephanie said, it's come close to passing, but there's a chance. In fact, it's in almost every single regulation put out by FWP where they define it. So.
Okay. Thank you, Brent. Okay, so it seems we have a couple different items that we're going to talk about today. So the pick your weapon, collaboration with Forest Service, damage hunts, possibly the shift from focus on bull tags to private tags to create that private land only cow tag. Is that the right one, Druska, that you were talking about too earlier?
Yeah, I was in conjunction with so maybe that's not the right one to pick we're looking at party hunting.
Yeah. So we need to think about how those two work together, or I'll put those two at the end if we want to adapt, tweak, or change those. And then the only other thing that I'm going to say here too is to think about that reduce the length of the hunting season in Montana, that first one up there, that does have to do with strategically redistributing elk. And it is pretty fleshed out. So that's the only other one that I'd pop out as something that you might want to consider. Moving forward, I'm going to ask you to look at these and pick them out so that we know exactly what we're going to talk about, and we can be very streamlined in our conversations because we have a lot of content to cover. Okay. Questions, comments, concerns? Okay, this is going to be hard. It's going to be very, very painful for some of us. I apologize in advance. This is kind of why we need a point person to some extent. Are we ready to start diving in deep? Okay. I hope that was a yes. At least he nodded. So this is the pick your area, pick your weapon, or somebody also added this one here. I think that they're really trying to say that this is the key issue. So are we comfortable with identifying these as the two key issues for this recommendation in particular? For this one, we're going to go a little bit more in depth because we have content fleshed out from previously. So we're not just going to focus on those three areas, although those are the primary three areas that we'll send to the sounding board. So I'll go through this one here, then we'll focus on the intent, we'll get this here, the recommendation, the intent, the justification, and then I have to scroll down, the description. And then if you guys want to continue with this recommendation, we can, but we can also hold on that content so that we can discuss it after and just send out those three things to the sounding board. Does that make sense? We have lots of content. You guys should have already read this, but we just want to cover those three areas in particular. But if you guys do think it will take a short amount of time to cover the rest, we can, but we don't have to. So I just want to cover here, strategically redistribute the elk and redistribute the hunters, and it could potentially address quality access to harvest. Matt.
So this may not be the right time, but I feel like the quality access to harvest, we didn't flesh that, like it doesn't make a lot of sense. Can we just change that to like increase opportunity for harvest or something like that? I mean, maybe it's just a technical thing, but to me, I don't know if it's too late along the process.
Oh, Matt, why'd you throw a can of worms? Right.
Well, I don't know. Just an idea.
Remember that really painful meeting where I asked you guys to describe what access to quality harvest was, and you guys got really frustrated? Or is that just my memory? I tease. I'm sorry. At this point, Matt, I would say let's hold with what this is, because this one probably addresses access to harvest. And in the second half of the meeting, when we dive into it more deeply, then let's have a deeper conversation into that. How does that work for you? Okay. On that note, please read all of the notes that I send out and please provide comments and feedback. Okay. Does this make sense to everyone else? Including Matt, though. Head nods, shakes, something, some form of life. Okay. We'll say that it's predominantly this one, and for Matt, I will take this one off, and we'll tweak it then. Does that work for folks? Okay. Can we call it this? Chuck, you're on mute, but you're saying something.
Yeah, I put, not knowing exactly what I was doing, I put the strategic redistribute elk and hunters in there. It doesn't need to be there because I was a little confused on what the title. So, yeah, let's just delete that second line.
I'll just strike through here. I'll do like that. Yes, and lots of words in the template, so it does get confusing. This is going to be the really fun part for you guys, and another reason why we need to think about a point person. Yes, Druska.
So the bullets in the intent portion, at what point do we wordsmith it and try to combine it without losing what we want to say there?
Hello today. This is going to be fun.
Okay.
Who wants to start? So from this, we have, because what was happening is when we sent it out, I would do the editing, but you guys didn't think that it was captured appropriately. Then we tried to integrate the information and then didn't give you enough time to look it over. So now we get to do it as a group. So it's going to take a bit of time. So this is going to mean working beforehand and afterwards as well. And another reason a point person would be really, really helpful to have to do this. Okay, so we had 5 responses as to what the intent could be for this recommendation. What I noticed is that you guys did circle back to the intent on redistributing in particular. You did talk a little bit about that access to harvest, and overcrowding was something that was discussed in a couple different ones. So this is really your time to let me know what ways you want to go. If there's one that you like in particular, we can add, tweak, and change. But I would highly recommend keeping the essence of what folks have in particular. So thinking really about that overcrowding, thinking about that redistribution of elk on public lands. Or I think that it's more, folks think it's redistribute the hunters is the focus of this one in particular. It may not redistribute elk to the maximum extent possible. So really thinking about refocusing redistribution of hunters. So where do you guys want me to go from here? Chuck.
Well, I don't, we got to start somewhere. So I would I would recommend that we use the first bullet at least as our starting point. And if there's some other points that we have to weave into that, let's do that. But let's just start. I'm going to recommend we start out with the first bullet point, and then whatever is missing in that, let's weave it into it if we can without getting it. I mean, I don't know how wordy we want to get with this stuff, but don't think we want to put the whole thing out. So let's start there.
Sounds good, Chuck. So Chuck's recommending start with that first bullet and tweak and change as necessary. Brent.
I think we could go a little further, and if you can remove the information in bullets 2, 3, and 4 are good, but they're redundant with existing material. And we can't quite see all of the 5th bullet point yet, but if you take those others, maybe blending.
Sorry about that. I didn't realize you couldn't see it all.
That's all right.
2, 3, and 4, and remove those?
Yeah, 2, 3, and 4, and delete them so that we can get everything on the screen for people to see.
Do you want me to remove my track changes?
No, you're okay as long as you keep the screen.
I'll try to be mindful of that. Yep.
Okay, then I just wanted to see.
Yep.
If there's anything missing in the first one that, and I agree with, or I guess I agree with Chuck. How wordy do we want to be? How much do we have to really spell it out for people to understand why we're doing this? I don't know if they need that much help.
It's whatever you guys want.
I can tell you, I think I recognize I have the most verbose bullet point here. I think I said.
I wasn't going to point fingers or anything. Okay. Andruska has her hand up.
So I think if this is the kind of stuff we're going to send out to the sounding board, the less words, the better. And I think if you get rid of those bullet points, we could add a sentence in the top one that says the hope. It would also, we'd hope that we would also improve the access to harvest with this, something about that, because I know what we were trying to get at with that recommendation before, quality or address access to harvest. So this is something that could do that. If we're redistributing hunters on the landscape, then maybe more hunters get to go out and have a better experience.
So does the sentence, we hope we would also improve the access
to harvest. Yeah, I think it's good enough for now.
Perfect. Stephanie? Stephanie.
Oh, sorry. I agree. Thanks.
Okay. So are we good with this as is up here with this first top sentence?
There's a typo in that, Kimberly. The last sentence before we added the one, if we lessen pressure in an area instead of in and area.
Thank you, Chuck.
And also, are we going to improve the access or the opportunity to harvest?
Good point, Matt.
Opportunity is what I'd go with, because we can't be sure it'll improve access.
So instead of access, opportunity to harvest?
To harvest.
Perfect.
Yeah. Thanks, Matt.
Yeah, he's going to address that quality to access shortly. Okay. Do you want me to just delete these 2 last bullets then? And we're comfortable. I've got Matt nodding, so it's just nodding. Okay.
I think so. This is Brent. Delete those last 2 bullets. The only thing we're kind of missing is we don't flesh out the intent is to lessen overcrowding. We want the public to understand that this is going to increase the quality of their hunt. It's doing 2 things. We want to increase the quality of their hunt, decrease the pressure on the elk on the public land. I don't know if there's a way, and maybe Driska, she's good at words, to, the opportunity to harvest, maybe we can throw it in that last sentence, improve the quality of the hunt and opportunity to harvest.
The quality of the hunt.
Yeah.
And the opportunity to harvest.
Sure. I like it.
Okay.
Could we, on just the very first sentence in that, actually utilize the key issue and say the intent is to redistribute elk and redistribute hunters? And then with the end result being less pressure on public land or something like that.
So the intent
I don't like the word lessen.
Okay.
But that's just me.
So tell me, the intent is to redistribute elk and redistribute hunters.
To reduce overcrowding and pressure on public land.
And pressure on public land.
Yep.
Stephanie?
I think instead of like the last sentence, it says we hope we would also improve. It's not we, it should be the recommendation would improve quality.
Yes, good job.
Ian?
Well, and I think we could take we hope out of there. Just make a statement of the recommendation would also improve. We'll just assume we know that.
Okay, Ian and then Chuck.
No,
Well, I guess that first sentence, I'm wondering if you say the intent is to reduce pressure on public, just kind of switching the stuff around. The intent is to reduce pressure on public land to redistribute elk, or well, it would be the intent is to reduce hunting pressure on public land to redistribute elk, or actually it wouldn't be to redistribute, it would be to really is to ensure that public land elk stay on public land. We don't push the public land elk onto private.
I think you're saying what we're already saying, Ian. Like we got that towards the end there where it says overcrowding and pressure on public land. I think we just moved the words around a little bit, but I think we're kind of saying the same thing, correct?
Well, I think we're saying the same things. It's I guess it's the, well, you can't I guess it just struck me that leading off with redistribute elk, like maybe it's just that those two should be switched, because you start out by redistributing the hunters and then the elk respond. I guess that's maybe where my hang up was.
Oops. And Juska, I see you. Let me just fix that really quickly. So to capture that switch there that Ian was talking about. So Juska?
Yeah, I think that looks good. I think it's important to stick with the key issues, and that's why the intent is. And then hopefully you would, answer it or flesh that out just a little bit with the next ones, which we kind of did, but with less hunters, less pressure kind of thing.
Okay.
So I think that looks good.
We're comfortable with this? Ian?
Real minor. So intent is to redistribute the hunters. Can we change and to two, like to redistribute the elk?
That's a lot of twos in there.
Maybe a then, thus, and then, or?
I think thus would be correct, probably.
Chuck?
well, you can just say to redistribute hunters and elk. I mean, if we want to,
yeah.
But I'm not going to get hung up on wordsmith in this. I'm fine with it either way, but if we want to keep it less wordy, that would be one way to do it.
Yeah, just put an and in there, and then you get both. And elk to reduce overcrowding. Yeah. That's good.
Okay. So this will be what we send to the sounding board on the intent. I'll let you guys look at it for a second, just making sure. Okay. scroll down. So this is the justification, what we're trying to achieve overall. We talk a little bit about that overcrowding on public land and the pressures that are there. We talk a little bit about redistributing again and the landscape. So I'll give you a second to read those over if you haven't already. Remember, this describes the problem that we're trying to solve overall, why we think this recommendation will be able to address the problem. Stephanie, then Scott.
I think really the last bullet point pretty much captures everything.
So maybe delete these guys here. Do that, and then Scott.
Well, now what I was going to say has a red line through it. I was just going to say on the first bullet point, I was going to say overcrowding on public land, pushing many out to the adjacent private land instead of and to. But if it's not on there, then it doesn't matter.
Okay. So possibly adding pushing, possibly deleting all. Where's the rest of the group landing?
I think that last one does kind of encompass most of it. I think we start there and then add to it like we did on that last one.
Okay, sounds good.
I agree.
I agree.
Oh wow, I don't know the order you guys went in. Okay, Scott and then Druska maybe, and then Chuck.
I'm just saying that I agree that
Okay.
the last one's good.
Chuck.
Yeah, it certainly does. I don't know if we need to give a history lesson to people. I mean,
Their recommendation.
the first sentence is, something that everybody understands and knows. That's and actually the second one does too. Look, I'm fine with it. I just don't want to send so much out to the public that their eyes glaze over and they don't read it all. If the group wants to go with the second one with a couple of changes, I'm fine. I'm just a simpler, better kind of person. If you can do it in one sentence, that's how I like to do it. But that's why I wrote the first sentence. And I'm not advocating you use mine. I'm just saying, let's keep it as simple as we can. That's all I'm saying.
I'd second Chuck's. I glaze over. I don't even read them all when they're that long.
So how can we
Okay.
reduce this? Oh, go. Somebody said Stephanie and then Druska.
The only thing with oversimplifying it is we know that this one is going to have pushback. And so the more background we can provide around it and explain why we're looking at this versus just, wham, bam. I just think we're just going to get pushback on this one. So, Montanans like their long season. So we need to explain why we're taking that away.
Let's get, maybe shorten it, maybe keep it the same length and provide that additional context. So Druska, Scott, and then Heath.
So I think you keep the last bullet because if the recommendation is pick your area, pick your weapon, we have to introduce the fact that you can archery or rifle, not both. And that last bullet does all of that. So it describes the recommendation and the justification for it.
Okay. I'll also highlight that this word in particular, you'll see it a little bit more in and in the next section, the quotas, some comments that were made on the quotas too, just in that last sentence. But Scott and then Heath.
I don't want to make this more complicated, but good. I just wondered if at some point we're going to have a conversation on whether this is a pick your weapon, how we're going to implement this. If it's at one point you do pick your weapon and then we move towards season, if it's both at the same time or if it's the other way around. If we do pick your area as the first part of that implementation, then just the way that reads, it sounds like the first part of that is going to be the weapon part. So I just wondered what order we were going to do that in, or if we were doing them both at the same time.
I'm going to piggyback on what Scott said before Heath jumps in. I will also say that if there are areas that you do have questions about that, you're not 100% sure if picking one first is better or the other. You can also leave that to FWP to say, please evaluate and determine which one, just to save us some time here too, just to throw that out there. Deb just went on camera, never, she might add.
It's not necessarily about that, Kimberly. I was just thinking, you know, you guys are likely going to get feedback from the sounding board on if they think you might need a more thorough explanation too. And a separate set of eyes reading this might help you guys decide that there needs to be more context or less context. So just keep that in mind. I wouldn't struggle so hard with this right now. I think there will be times for tweaking. I think you really need to just get as much down as possible right now with just enough context. And that's just my 2 cents.
Keith and then Stephanie.
Yeah, I think if we're sticking to the bullet points, like in the justification side of things, I think you could get rid of that last sentence in there, because that's more of perhaps like the description or how it would be implemented versus the justification for everything. I don't know that, you know, the specific quotas need to be talked about in the justification.
Okay, so removing that last sentence, I know there was a bit of discussion of it summarizes it or not, all or not. Stephanie?
I would just add after by restricting hunters to hunting bull elk either during the archery or the rifle season, add something about choosing an area because that is actually not really mentioned in that last point, choosing your area. So it does look like we're only focusing on rifle or archery.
I don't think that this, let me know what you want in particular. I just put in choose an area. By restricting hunters to hunting bull elk either during the archery season or the rifle season, then choose your area.
And by choose your area, comma, you will reduce hunters on public land.
Okay, Ian?
I guess I would maybe mirror Scott's comment. I kind of view, I have a little bit of a tough time lumping these both into the same recommendation unless it's to just, you know, this is just for the sounding board, you know, feedback. I think it's a little bit of a question, you know, what do you think would be better? But I mean, I think, you know, fundamentally, I mean, picking your weapon, you've just halved the pressure on both seasons. So I think that's a more direct route to your intended thing. You know, if you're just picking an area, then you don't change the number of hunters on the landscape. You just change where they're at. But if anything was to get dropped, I'd say it would be the pick your area. But I don't know. I just have a hard time wrapping my head around having both in the same discussion point.
What do others think?
I can see what he's saying with that. I think most states that pick your weapon describe it as just selecting the weapon you're going to hunt with, and then the area comes into play and it's on its own, because the units that are restricted and not general tags right now will probably remain restricted by draw. And the difference being you'll either be drawing for an archery tag or a rifle tag, but not one that's good for both seasons.
Okay.
So we may not have to worry about the picking their area, understanding that that's going to come with it for some of these regions that are trophy units already.
Druska? Thank you, Brett.
Or if we're just trying to get sort of the overall intent out to the sounding board, can we leave it like this with the knowledge that when it comes back to us and we incorporate feedback, we might be taking it apart then or rewording?
You'll most likely be rewording after it comes back from the sounding board. I will fully acknowledge that.
Yeah, so maybe we don't need to worry about separating it right now, but, you know, make a note to ourselves that that's a suggestion that we need to look at.
So Okay, so maybe note it as is right now, let the sounding board to provide feedback and then move forward.
Yeah, and then we'll address Ian's concerns.
Okay, Ian and then Chuck.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I think it's fine. We can address that on the next go round. Can we throw an asterisk on this though? And unless I'm speaking out of turn, what I don't want to create or with this, basically it would be that, asterisks, archery hunting would not be allowed in rifle season, because currently you're allowed to go out and hunt with a bow in rifle season if you so choose. And I can guarantee while your odds would be less, every unsuccessful archery hunter would still double up in rifle season if that was allowed.
So give me the words. Archery season would not be allowed. Repeat that.
But basically, you'd only be able to hunt the season of your weapon choice.
How do you want it phrased?
The way Heath just said, it's fine. I guess that it's common knowledge that you're not allowed to use a gun in archery season, but you are in Montana, you are allowed to use a bow in rifle season. So, I mean, you could say archery hunting would not be allowed in rifle season. Or you go the route Heath said.
Ian, I think we might be making it too difficult. The way it was written already specifies season, not weapon in that sentence. Just by restricting hunters to hunting bull elk either during the archery season or the rifle season.
Okay, well, mate.
I mean, I don't know. That's probably a minor component that could be fleshed out if the Fish and Wildlife Parks even takes the recommendation. They can make that clear.
Maybe remove this. And I'm also going to say, being mindful of time, we do have 2 or 3 others of these to do, to send to the sounding board. So do you guys want this removed? This.
You can keep it for now since it's there. We can move on with it.
Are you guys comfortable with this bullet like this? Just been nodding. Give guys a second to look. Okay, so we're gonna scroll down. I put the red here. This is gonna be really hard for me to show you all of this. So if you do have your version of it, that's gonna be really small for you guys. It's gonna be helpful. I tried to get it all onto one page. The red is just where I changed previously, but there was, so some folks gave me actual text to edit and put into the page itself. So I tried to do that to the maximum extent possible. It did overlap on some text. So I just highlighted it in red. I will note here that quotas seem to be something that folks either need an explanation on. I think if it describes what it is, then it describes what it is. Then there was also this comment of over objective areas, and then another, I'm going to erase this so you guys don't need to see this right now. Another comment was it applies in all units in the state versus over objective areas only. So that was another comment that was made by folks. So I just wanted to highlight that in this space here as well. So some folks said over objective, some said in all areas. And then the quotas was another comment that came up. So Brent, you have your hand up, and then Heath, you have your hand up.
Sorry, I just need to lower my hand.
Residual hand, okay. Heath.
So on that red part there, and it says this recommendation would not restrict cow elk hunting with proper licensure. Mm-hmm. I think that needs to be specifically B tags and not, because there's certain units in the state, like 320, the new 322 unit is considered over objective, and it's a either sex on general tag for elk. I think that needs to be just B tags, because if we make somebody chooses to archery hunt and doesn't have any luck, and then they can just go hunt on a general tag for cows, we're not reducing people at all. You're going to end up with the same number of people hunting.
So instead of here, put B tags.
That's what I would say, yeah, because I mean, there's still going to be B tags available, and they could be adjusted accordingly. But I think if you can hunt a general after archery season, if you know, for cows, I think you'd be defeating the purpose.
Chuck.
So I think it's fine. I think it's wise to put some sideboards on this recommendation, if indeed we want to put it out. I've looked into this quite a bit in other states. I mentioned a couple of them in the last paragraph or two there. This is really complex, and if we think that we're going to come up with a proposal, a turnkey proposal, folks, it's not going to happen. It's too complex. And anyway, I think we need the people at FWP to work out the recommendation. That all has to go out to public comment. I mean, this is a big deal. And if we think the sounding board's going to come up with something and Fish and Game's going to endorse it, and that's what we're going to have in Montana, that's not going to happen, and probably shouldn't happen. So, you know, I like the idea of talking about details and how things would work, but I am more of the mind that we take a recommendation to the department to study, and I don't even like this, I don't even like that word, that we recommend that they investigate the use of choice of weapon and or choice of area to accomplish our goal, which is redistribute hunters and elk.
So I can add that to the first sentence. I should have asked this first. I just went with the top first sentence. So FWP will investigate the use of weapon and or choice of area. But then we'd have to develop antlered bull quotas for designated areas. Should I say to develop or just start a new sentence?
Okay, so if you go by what Chuck said, all we need is the first sentence, because we're saying we think this is important enough, and FWP, you figure out how to make it work because it's going to involve a lot of stuff. So I'm not sure that we need all of the detail in there.
Yeah, should we say consider these things or just erase it all? So I could put a period.
Well, I feel bad if we erase it all because there's a lot of good things in there. But I guess, you know, if you go on with that first paragraph, you're already making decisions for FWP or telling them what you think they should do versus investigate how you want to do this. We want it, so you make it happen or tell us how it's going to work.
Yeah. So Deb came on.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, Driska. I would suggest if there's absolutely something in there that you 100% want us to consider, then include it instead of being, you know, completely letting us make the decision. So if there's something in those bullets that you want, then I would say keep it and ask us to consider it.
Brent.
I think we still do need to make it specific to antlered bull for the picking your weapon. And I think pretty much the middle meat of that paragraph can go away. But I think the idea of the B tags not being restricted needs to be pushed forward as well, so that they don't think we're trying to reduce harvest at all by this recommendation. We're trying to do what we intent was set above, was to increase the quality of the hunt and decrease some pressure.
So how do you want?
Yeah, so I think you can combine after that, investigate the use of weapon and or choice of area for antlered bull elk hunting. So strike the word develop. Choice of area for antlered bull elk hunting.
Strike this word here. Okay.
Yeah, strike that. Choice of area. Go back to your top line on the very far right, and after that, or delete the period, and we'll just continue that. Investigate the use of weapon and or choice of area for antlered bull elk hunting. period. Okay, and then I think we can strike everything till the last sentence unless someone wants to keep it. I like this idea of, I mean, we don't want to be the group picking and choosing individual units and quotas.
Probably need an extra meeting for that.
If I might interject quickly, Race is on and I'm trying to promote you to a panelist, Race, so you need to accept that when it pops up.
Thank you, Deb. We'll pause for a second so that Deb can take care of that.
There he is.
Okay, perfect. Okay, welcome, Race. Just to let you know, we are going through recommendations right now. We're working on pick your area, pick your weapon, and we are refining what we're going to send to the sounding board, just to give you a bit of context. So, Chuck.
Just some housekeeping, Kimberly. I would keep will in there on the first sentence. FWP will investigate the strike choice, or strike use and put choice. Will investigate the choice of weapon and or choice of area.
Perfect.
Just housekeeping stuff there.
Appreciate it. How's this sound for folks? Do we want to leave it as over objective areas, by the way? Juska shrugged, so.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if it matters. Areas, units, districts, like, I think we can clarify that later, maybe, if we need to, yeah.
Okay, so I'll leave it as is, just with this, and if it needs to change, so do you want me to, I'm sorry, Keith, should I just put units or areas like this is what you're saying, in areas, and then we'll clarify if it's over objective or something later.
No, I think you want the over objective in there for sure.
Okay.
I think we can leave it as is, was what I was saying, sorry.
Gotcha, sorry, I misinterpreted that. Okay, and then I'll delete all of this. Ooh, that was not intended. It's a lot of red, but. Okay. Are we comfortable with that? Okay, oh, sorry. Okay. So we covered the 3 areas in particular. Do you guys want to jump down and talk about the rest and complete this one before we send it out, or jump to the next recommendation overall?
So now I'm confused. If we did the 3 areas that you talked about, I thought we were going to just send that out to the sounding board.
We are. So for the other ones we are, but for this one in particular, we have more context.
Okay.
So if you wanted to address the rest of these, otherwise we'll send out just those 3 areas, but because we have it, if you want, we can go through these. If not, I'm going to say let's hold.
Whatever the group wants is fine.
What, Stephanie?
I think hold and just send out to get a temperature from the sounding board, how they feel about this particular recommendation.
Okay. Okay, let me pull up. So the next one we'll do, if you guys are comfortable with, is collaboration with, I put Fish and Wildlife Service, that's not right. With Forest Service, that's what I was saying there. Forest Service, let me find that one. Okay. Okay. So what I have here is, I just put it in a new template for you guys. We'll focus in on those 3 key areas again. So this is the context from the recommendation that you guys created. I'm assuming this is the one that we were talking about with the Forest Service for Habitat. Druska, you have your hand up.
So I'm struggling just a little bit with this as a single recommendation in and of itself. It could be part of another recommendation. I'm not sure which, but my struggle is because if our charge is to forge new relationships among stakeholders, all of that stuff that we're supposed to do, I think this one actually does less to do that. It's a part of something, but it does less as a standalone recommendation to assist in the relationships that we're supposed to be fostering or supporting, would be my opinion.
What do folks think? Ian, then Stephanie.
I guess on this topic, I see that there's going to be, and maybe Deb could jump in on this. I think I was one of the ones that came up with some of this originally, and it's more of a just public service announcement to what's not going on.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it could be very, very short, very sweet. I mean, I could get into details specifically in what's going on in the woods around me and what I see, but just as far as a short and sweet, hey, we feel that there's two organizations that are in control of like major factors. And while I recognize that there is discussion that takes place, it's not to the level that I think that there should be. So that would be the background on why I think it needs to be on the list. I don't know that we need to go too crazy deep into the weeds like the last one, but just more of an acknowledgement that, hey, a deeper discussion should probably be taking place between these two organizations.
Thanks. Okay, so from what I'm hearing, and this is something that's really important, guys, because what we did last time was throw the spaghetti at the wall. And I see you, Stephanie and Heath, and we'll get you shortly. We really need to make sure that whatever recommendation that we're providing addresses one of these factors, key issues, or fosters that relationship among stakeholders. If it is not doing one of these and it is not fostering a relationship, then it is out of our scope. So that's the first check. So every time that we develop recommendations, this is going to be like our first area that we do need to take into consideration. If it is addressing one of these key issues and it is or fostering relationships among stakeholders, and it's within our scope, we can go for it and do it, then we'll do that. The other thought would be, is this something that needs to be fleshed out first and then discussed here too? Would it be better if we say, Ian, would you mind fleshing out some of this context for us and then presenting it in the meeting for us so that we'd have that knowledge and understanding? Deb went off camera, so I'm going to acknowledge that. And then Stephanie.
Well, Ian said maybe it would be me to address, but I'll let Stephanie and he respond first before I jump in.
Thanks, Deb. Stephanie, Heath, and then Chuck.
I'm kind of with Ian. I think that this is an important issue and it should be a public service announcement, like Ian said, something we say, hey, don't forget this is important, but I don't think it's necessarily something that this group could necessarily force or have it be a main recommendation. I do think it does fit one of our goals, though. I think it would help strategically redistribute the elk. I mean, the habitat is obviously, the elk are going to be where the habitat's good. So I do think it would fall there, but I don't think we need to get super in the weeds on, figuring out bullet points and stuff. That it's just more or less a public service announcement that, hey, this is important.
So if it is important, fits under the bullets, but we don't want to talk about it, I highly recommend, Ian, if you are interested in this, Stephanie, if this is something that's interesting to you, to start drafting some content that we could have if it is within our space or scope, and then we can review it and send it out to the sounding board. Heath, you disappeared on me. Okay, you reshuffled. Oh, you good? Okay. Deb, did you want to add?
No, I mean, I'd rather have you guys decide. My only suggestion was what you said, Kimberly, and what others have said. As long as it fits one of those key issues, I don't see anything wrong with it. You know, like you said, throwing spaghetti against the wall and seeing what sticks doesn't work. Coming up with recommendations that doesn't address the key issue doesn't work. So as long as it does, I'm fine with it.
So group, do we want to see if Ian and Stephanie can work and maybe flesh this one out, or dive in, not do it?
I'm fine with putting a little bit more context. I can't remember 100% if it was me that brought it up, but I think I was involved with it, so I don't mind
Okay.
doing that, and we can move on.
Perfect. Thank you, Ian. So we can move to the next, which I have on the list, is damage hunts. Is that
Stacy
the-
had her hand up. I don't know
Oh.
if she.
No, I don't see. Oh, there you are, Stacy. Yes, good.
Sorry. I was just gonna say, if Ian and Stephanie are open, I would be interested in putting some input on that too. We've had a lot of work done with DNRC. We don't have much Forest Service on this side of the state, but we do have a lot of DNRC and NRCS that has come in and done a lot of thinning lately on public and private land, and it has improved access to quality hunts and just the landscape entirely for elk, deer, turkeys, you name it. So I guess I'd like to be part of that conversation.
Got some thumbs up. So Stacy, please reach out to Ian, Stephanie, Stacy, coordinate, please. Druska, yes.
I think Stacy's absolutely correct, because NRCS and DNRC are really active in landowner communities trying to improve habitat in the ways that she just stated. Forest Service, I just think, is a different can of worms. And, you know, so maybe the recommendation ends up lumping a number of agencies into what you're talking about, because there are some out there that are extremely helpful on the habitat.
So in developing that recommendation, please do take into consideration those people and organizations. There might be some additional context behind that. Okay. Next is damage hunts. Do you guys still see my screen right? So this is the one portion of the recommendation that I had as of thus far written out. I don't know if that's the way you want it in the description. First thing to take into consideration, I'm going to put this here temporarily. We can change it if needed.
Hey, just a question before we,
Yep.
I mean, it pertains to this. Maybe Deb can answer. Deb, are non-residents able to sign up for damage hunts?
Huh. You know, I don't know that. You stumped me. I will find out in the next couple of minutes and come back on.
I guess my reasoning or question is, you know, part of the thing I'm hearing on damage hunts is that it's hard to get people there when they need them. And I guess I don't know why, you know, if a guy in Florida is able to sign up for a damage hunt, I don't know what value that brings. Perhaps there should be some kind of limit. And maybe he's in Montana for the season. I'm not sure. But I just feel like that could be something that's a layer that we could uncover.
Thanks, Heath. Okay. So that is, when Deb comes back, we'll see if that is something. And if not, maybe it's something that we address in this recommendation in particular. First step is it addressing a key issue that we need to talk about? If so, what is it? And are we comfortable working as a group to develop this out? It's 2 questions. Which one of these? And then are we comfortable moving forward with working on this one? Heath and then Druska.
Yeah, it easily could improve stakeholder relationships and also strategically redistribute elk.
I'm going to specifically strategically redistribute elk. That in particular. Okay, Druska?
I was just going to say the same stuff. So.
Okay. Are we, Brent?
I think used in a timely manner, this is also a potential disease reduction. These damage hunts are generally focused on high density elk herds on ag lands, so they're highly concentrated. And damage hunts, I know they're not the same as the brucella hunts, but they could, if this is rewritten correctly, they could become the same thing for brucellosis mitigation type hunts.
So the only difference between the damage hunts and the brucellosis mitigation hunts is that in a damage hunt, the landowner has to have allowed access. And in the brucellosis ones, they don't.
Okay.
So that's your stick thing with access, you know, being used as the stick in order to do stuff. But so I'm just stating that, so I don't know how much we can lump, but it would redistribute elk to help prevent disease.
Right. I think we can keep it highlighted.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to hold this title here, but we can change it later. I'm just going to hold it if you guys are comfortable with that for right now, because sometimes that gets to be very wordsmithy. Holding that? Okay. Intent. Brent and then Stephanie? Or is that a residual? He says residual. Okay, Stephanie.
I think the main intent is allow landowners access to willing participants who are more localized. You know, a lot of these landowners know folks who are closer and local. If that it makes sense, I'm not very good at wording things. But just allowing the landowner to have a list of local folks who are ready to deploy when they say, hey, the elk are on my haystack right now. To whereas now the damage roster currently just assigns a random number, and that person could be in, you know, somewhere where they're hours away versus, you know, closer to where the item needs to be addressed. I think folks are signing up for these damage hunts just thinking it's more of an opportunity to hunt more, and they're not looking at it as a tool to help the landowner. And it really needs to be, we need to shift that focus back. This is a tool to help landowners, but this is not, hey, I might get to go hunt. You know, it's more of a tool versus a hunting opportunity. Does that make sense?
It's a harvest tool more than a hunting tool.
Correct. Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Lots of words really fast all over the place. Let's make sure that I'm capturing this right. We probably want to tweak that first sentence a little bit. Allow landowner to have a list of willing participants that are more localized to address issues. This is a tool that helps help landowners rather than a hunting opportunity. You guys might want to tweak, change, adjust, wordsmith. Help us out here.
How did you say it, Scott?
Oh, I just said it's more of a harvesting thing than a hunting thing.
So if you stuck harvest in front of tool, it is a harvest tool to help landowners rather than a hunting opportunity.
Okay. Do we want to circle back and highlight the different key issues in this? Or are we?
No.
Okay, Brent.
I agree with the point that Stephanie made about that it's not really a hunting opportunity. I agree, for me, it's not a hunting opportunity, but there are some people that they think they're going hunting when they go to these damage hunts. And I hate for their perception, because they're the ones we want to show up to be. I think now you could put a period at where the comma is, now that we've defined it as a harvest tool, and leave it as, are you okay with that, Stephanie? If we
thumbs up.
Okay.
Are we good with this intent? The intent is allows landowners to have a list of willing participants that are more localized to address issues. This is a harvest tool to help landowners. Is this an intent or a description? Just curious.
It's an intent.
Okay. Okay. We're comfortable with it. You guys have frozen. Okay. Justification. Stephanie.
I feel like I should have just filled this out prior to us having to sit through this, because this is kind of one that I bubbled up forward. But I think the problem that we're trying to solve is these landowners need to be able to access a list of folks that they can trust and deploy quickly versus, you know, somebody in, let's say, Winifred needs to have somebody who is within a certain radius that they can say, hey, you know, the elk are on my haystack. They've been hitting it every night. Can you get here this evening? Versus I'm pretty sure non-residents can sign up for the damage roster, but I'm not 100% sure. But just having a closer list of folks and giving that list even to the landowners so they can call them up a little quicker than right now. How it is, you know, these elk are hitting the haystack, then they've got to send out a letter, sometimes do a press release to the newspaper. It should be a little bit easier for the landowners to access these damage hunts versus jumping through hoops to get folks on their place that are close and local. Again, I think that's kind of a important thing to stress, is that, you know, somebody can call and, you know, my husband and I can be out there after work and, you know, shoot some elk with our tags, extra tags, and, you know, get them donated to where they need to go.
Thank you, Stephanie. There's one thing that I do have to ask. I don't want to say just issues, but you say specifically haystacks. I'm assuming that there are more issues than just elk on haystacks. How can I phrase that to say address landowner?
Maybe concentrated elk, to address landowners having concentrations of elk. Again, I would be, I feel like one of you folks can word it a little better, causing damage to property.
I would maybe say landowner wildlife conflict.
Perfect.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. To address, instead of all this, landowner wildlife.
Or elk, I mean, we can call them what they are. We're talking about elk, landowner elk conflict.
So while Kimberly is editing, I just want to say, I was reading about the game damage. I didn't see anything that non-residents couldn't apply, and I just got confirmation from licensing that they can. And like Stephanie was saying, you know, they're all over, and I think there's they get to be called 3 times before they move to the next person on the list. I don't know over what period that is, but they call somebody 3 times before they move on.
Do you have a ballpark? Like, is it 3 times over the course of hours or days or weeks?
It doesn't say, and I honestly, I could ask again. It doesn't say on there, but I'll check with licensing to see how long they give it.
It takes a while. The process takes a while. I mean, when a landowner requests a damage hunt, the biologist has to go out and assess it. Then they usually send a letter to the top 12, and then landowner can also choose some too if they've got some folks that can come out. It's a slow, kind of tedious process. And so somebody like me, who I live in Lewistown, I'm number 47 on the list, but you know, we've got somebody from Florida who's number 1 on the list. They're less likely to be able to, they're going to be more like, well, I can get out there next week, to where somebody more localized can deploy quicker when these problems are occurring. So prioritizing locals in the district where the issue is.
think I captured that really quickly. I've got a lot of hands up. Ian, Scott, Druska, and then Race. So let's start with Ian.
Well, Race probably has the answer to the calling the hunters, but I guess maybe intent, justification, description. I don't know where it'd fall in, but I mean, I think the existing damage hunt, just making a statement, the existing damage hunt program is well intended, but it's just got too much red tape to be effective. Maybe, I mean, under intent, minimizing red tape, or maybe that's under a description, just taking off some of the guardrails of the current system so it can be nimble.
Like really what I'm looking at is maybe when people sign up for this, first of all, they're signing up in July. So it would be better if it was maybe a little bit closer to hunting season. Number two is having them mark, are you able to be within 24 hours of being called? Are you within 100-mile radius of the area you're selecting? Just so that way maybe the list is, again, prioritized so that landowner has access to folks who actually will come and participate in it versus trying to coordinate travel and, you know, oh, I can't be there when the elk are there. And it's again, a lot of red tape it's not a, you know, hunting opportunity as so many people are looking at it like, oh yay, I get to go hunt private land. It's more of a tool to harvest and help the landowner. And that's what we need to be focusing on, not hunter experience. I think that's what folks focus on with damage hunts instead of it's a tool for the landowners.
Okay, trying to capture what you're saying and what Ian was saying. So Ian, I tried to put in here, FWP should consider reviewing the damage hunt list and process. I think that has something to do with the streamlining. And then I tried to capture what Stephanie was saying with specifically the month that they're signing up. So the July, time to respond and the distance to location. So I tried to put those as descriptions as to what your recommendation is trying to achieve overall. Druska and then Race.
What you just added might take care of it, but Stephanie's exactly right. You need a nimble system, streamlined process. You cannot go through what they make you go through and have it be effective. And the localized hunters are, you know, I mean, that's it. You ought to be able to pick regional hunters the minute you need a damage hunt. And it doesn't matter who's across the state that's on the roster. It matters who's out your back door that's on the roster. And yeah.
I think that captured it. I added landowners should be able to pick local hunters for a damage hunt in specific. Okay, Race.
And I don't know, so sorry, am I muted?
No, you are.
Okay. You know, I guess our experience with this really hasn't been too bad. I assume it's very similar to the roster that we're using because we are using the damage roster for our what we call depredation hunts. But I think Stephanie's exactly right that we need to kind of have a little more emphasis on local hunters. But I will tell you that at the beginning of the season, everybody gets a letter, and you know, with the intention of what's going on. And you know, I think from our perspective, if we wanted 5 hunters today, most of the time the calls get made, people answer their phones. We get quite a few hunters, but it is slower than we would like, right? And so I don't think the system's broke. I just think maybe a few tweaks to allow, you know, a little more emphasis on the local crew that probably already knows your property and is probably a little easier for landowners to manage anyway. I think would just go a long way to fostering the relationships. And so once again, it's not a broke system. I think it's pretty well thought out of. And then maybe Stephanie, the one thing you mentioned about that being too early to sign up, for us, the way our hunt works, we can start hunting August 15th. And so really applying there in July is really kind of applicable for us. We need to
Nope,
get.
you're totally right.
Yep.
Okay. Do you want me to keep including the month of sign up or leave that?
Yeah,
I think the month of sign up, if you make it more local, I think that the month of sign up is fine because a local person is going to sign up regardless. You know, and knowing that they can be there versus, you know, so I've heard some of the folks be like, well, let me plan it out, and you really can't plan a depredation hunt. So I mean, I think the month is fine.
Okay.
So you can delete that.
You know, and I might clarify one thing. I think one thing, again, and I've said this at other times, I think we have to let whoever's managing this roster, we have to give them flexibility. We got to give them the tools so that if somebody's not able to be nimble for whatever reason, job, you know, even our local guys, you know, they're busy, that we need to have the ability to just roll down through that roster and get people there. And so, you know, like I said, I don't think the system's broke, but we sure got to encourage flexibility with these rules and regulations. So those managers that are involved in this can still have an effective damage hunt or whatever you want to call it.
Okay. FWP should allow flexibility with the selection. Ian, Stephanie, then Matt.
Yeah, I guess I got a question for Race. You kind of answered part of it. I think you said that there was like 5 hunters a day, or I guess as far as like the number of hunters that go out, is that something that you pick, or is that something that FWP tells you, no, you're not allowed to have more than 5, or how does that look?
You know, I think it's really, once again, I think our experience with the folks we've worked with here with FWP's been good. I think we mutually come up with that number. I don't think there was anything that was cut and dry. I mean, because we couldn't, you know, to have 12 people would be chaos for us, you know, but, you know, I'll be honest, I kind of got the feeling that when names popped up from Kalispell, if it was a little farther away, they probably called an extra hunter or two.
Yeah.
When those names were up. If they were local hunters, you know, I think maybe 3 or 4 was enough, right? And, you know, and I think sometimes that's that flexibility and maybe common sense. If there's a rule that allows, once again, some focus on local hunters, then that's great, but they still have to be able to come. And whoever's managing that, I just felt like that there was some common sense applied, you know, in our past hunts that, okay, when these guys are maybe listed as from Florida, we're you know, further away several hours, we might call 1 or 2 extra hunters and not be just rigid and say it can only be 3. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I was kind of asking the question, the one damage hunt experience that I just tagged along with my father-in-law, and it was at a place where we were the only hunters. I didn't know if that was the case, because that didn't seem like it was a great hunting experience. You know, we got the place all to ourselves, but you know, you could probably increase more pressure and more harvest with a little bit different. So.
Well, and I think if you can call on those local hunters, maybe there's 3 or 4 out of the area hunters called and they're here and they're able to harvest elk, and we still need to move the elk that day. There's still more elk there that need dispersed. Boy, that'd be a great way to utilize local hunters, to just be able to ad lib and grab, these are the locals that we can continue to do the work with. So I don't know how you write that into a rule, but.
Well, don't want to bounce around.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to piggyback on that, not bouncing around too much, but maybe bringing in the party hunting with the damage hunt stuff. It's probably, that is the, you know, that might be a, you know, just a discussion for integrating a couple ideas.
Okay, we'll put that as a side note, but I do want to finish this up, especially being mindful of time. So Race, you did mention if there's out-of-state hunters, maybe reaching out to local ones as well. I'm not sure if we want to include that in here. That's what I thought. Okay, nope, that's going away because you did mention that. But Stephanie, you have your hand raised, and then Matt. There should be flexibility with the selection of hunters. What do you want this to be here too?
I would say, I mean, leave it up really to the, have that damage roster, maybe even don't even have it only be like, if somebody's signing up and you have to check a box saying, I can be there within 24 hours of being contacted, I live within 100 miles, most people will kind of think twice before just checking that box, any one of those boxes or both of those boxes. That alone would help kind of vet some folks out. Maybe don't allow non-residents to sign up for it. And then again, instead of assigning numbers to folks, so like right now it randomly draws folks. So like my husband and I signed up and he was number 4 and I was number 47. So instead of doing that, give the landowner and the biologist the list of folks who signed up and let them choose off of that list. Just say, okay, look, these folks are right here. I know that they are deployable quick. They respond to these damage hunts, and give them a little bit more flexibility to select those hunters. Again, this isn't an opportunity tool. This is a strictly harvest. I mean, I understand that some folks look at it as an opportunity. It is, and I'm super thankful to be part of the damage hunts, but again, it needs to be really a tool for landowners to get those elk moved.
Okay, so I did add that FWP should reevaluate the random draw by giving landowners and biologists the ability to select the hunter. It doesn't look right for me. Let's quickly close this one out. I do have Matt too.
So I know we talked maybe a little bit earlier about maybe in permitted areas that we could extend this to people who had an either sex permit who didn't fill in the regular season, if they could get thrown on these damage hunts, because oftentimes it's the bulls as well. And I presume most of these damage hunts, or all of them, are just cow only, but see what people think about that.
FWP should also consider doing what, Matt?
If people drew an either sex permit for that area and did not fill in the regular season, that it could extend into the damage hunt or depredation hunt.
Okay. Deb?
So what I was gonna say, it's not just antlerless only, but right now, if it is antlered, the landowners don't get to choose anyone, is how I believe it is right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not married to it. I've had some people that brought that situation up where they drew a special permit that they were excited about, and the elk stayed on the big landowner's side all season long. And then as soon as the season was over, they hopped over into the haystacks and he never got to fill his permit. And so it was just a concern. But
Okay. Maybe included, maybe not. Stephanie, Race, then Heath.
I think, Matt, they do sometimes allow that, where they allow the bull hunters on. I've heard issues where the landowner gets frustrated with the public when that happens, because the public starts being choosy. Like, oh no, I don't want to shoot that bull. I want to shoot a bigger one. So I think it would maybe just, again, focus on, hey, this is a hunt, especially the late season, giving them the opportunity of a bull hunt, that you take what you get there instead of being choosy. It's, again, a tool to help landowners, and that I think would continue to foster that relationship too, that sportsmen are willing to help landowners.
Thank you. I'm going to delete this. I'm going to try to move you guys a little bit forward. And then I noticed Race. So let me know.
Yeah, I guess I like the idea of keeping it antlerless, but it doesn't, cause me any grief. But I think Matt's exactly right. I think we need to utilize these extra, whether they produce a damage tag that's an extra tag, or allow people to use some kind of an unused tag. I think we've got to encourage opportunities for people to get their tags filled, number one, and then secondly, additional animals in these over objective areas. So I think we need to encourage all of the above, right? When it comes to utilizing these tags and opportunities. So I think we need to encourage them to be pretty creative to allow, people to get that animal, or, an animal killed and harvested for us. But at the same time, maybe even additional elk killed, that year for them. So I think it's a good opportunity to encourage a lot of types of harvest.
So what I'm hearing, Race, is utilizing those unused tags is important, and you'll probably draft us a recommendation that we can review in the next meeting? Huh? And his hand goes immediately down. Maybe not. Just an idea to throw out there for the group to think about. Let's get Scott.
Oh, I'll save it. We can move on. I'll bring it up later.
Okay. Are we comfortable with these three as is? Okay. Got head nods. So here's the thing. We do have at least one more that we were talking about, which is, I believe, the private cow tags, and thinking about how we can merge those together. Do you guys want to discuss that one in particular? Do you want to pause and think about how we address quality access overall? Right now, we have two things that we would send to the sounding board, which is this one and the previous one that we just worked on. Druska.
If we want to send, if we feel like doing three is our goal, would we be better off going to one of the more flushed out ones and see if we can't make that a third one?
Cannot recommend that enough.
And it doesn't matter which of the fleshed out ones. You
could pick, if you guys wanted to pick all of the fleshed out ones and send them, I would be okay with that. I just will highly note that there will be a lot of work on the back end that someone's going to have to volunteer as a point person to coordinate that information to. Moving forward, I highly recommend, highly, our meeting space should be for conversations that we need to collaborate on. The back end is for the writing up and processing things and things that we need to edit jointly. We can do that in the meeting space, but really saving our meeting space for the content that we need to collaborate on is kind of the path I'd like to go down. So if you guys could read the recommendations, there are 52 that have been presented as of thus far. Same as a deck of cards. We can have a really fun party after this of making a fun deck of cards if you're really excited about that. Think about those 52 that we have, and if there's one in there that you're interested in, please do build it up. Please do share it at least a week in advance with this group so that folks can review it. I will say that 2 individuals, one in particular, developed 8 recommendations that are fully fleshed out that I think we should look at. They are, that was a lot of time and effort on that individual's part. So please start working forward, reviewing the notes, providing this information, all of that fun stuff. Druska, Race, and then Stephanie.
I'm good.
Okay. Race and then Stephanie.
Sorry, I'm good too. I forgot to look.
Okay. Yep.
Can you just tell us which ones are fleshed out pretty good?
So on that sheet, let me pull it up for you. And this document that we sent out to you yesterday, the Elk Management Summary Recommendations, June 7th notes. This is just what this is. Here are and I apologize, I highlighted so I knew what we were talking about. These are the recommendations that someone submitted. They wrote the intent, the problem, the recommendation, the involvement, timeline, authority, limitations, all of that. So recommendation 1 here, recommendation 2, 3, so on. Those are all the ones that someone fleshed out. 2 additional ones were sent that are at the bottom here, down here. And these were the ones that we created in the May 5th meeting. All of these, which have a little bit more context, we just did this one. And this one, we can circle back at the end. We'll talk about that. It might need some tweaking and adjustments. And then these are just the statements that folks have made throughout the meetings that I've captured, and there are 31 of those. So it's a lot of content to cover. And we'll go over an effective way to look at all of these so we're not just picking, because we don't want to just pick everything and go through it. That's a lot of work. We need to be strategic about what we're doing. Scott.
So are you looking for a suggestion where to go from here?
So I am going to say we can take a 5-minute break. We're going to vote and confirm that those two are being sent to the sounding board. And then on your 5-minute break, look at those recommendations and see if there's anything else that you want to do really quickly to send out. I will fully acknowledge if we work more on these recommendations here, we probably aren't going to have a lot of conversation and discussion on access to harvest. Quality access to harvest we'd have less time to talk about. So if our priority is to look at those first and get them to the sounding board, let's do that. And then we can save that conversation for our next meeting where we can fully dive into it. I'd recommend putting 2 issues into that next meeting. So maybe access and stakeholders. I'd also highly recommend you look at the recommendations and draft some stuff before that meeting, regardless of what route we go. Was that a lot? Was that too much information all at once? Scott's shaking no, so someone interpreted it. Yeah, okay. Questions? Yes, Druska.
No, I think in the interest of time, we send out a couple, I don't even know that we have to pick, just send out a couple more of those flushed out ones to the sounding board, because everything we send to them is going to come back with comments, and we're going to end up having those discussions and changing what's on the paper. So just send it out and see what they say.
Do you want me to send all of them out, or just the flushed ones out?
I think the ones that are flushed out, because they're similar to the ones that we just did.
Yep.
I don't know if you have to send out all 8 of them, but just picking 1 or 2 from there now and saying, and voting on those when we vote on these other 2 that we're going to send.
Okay. So how about this for course of action? I'll give you a 5-minute break, review those ones that are fleshed out, the 8 that are fleshed out. If those you guys are comfortable sending out, we'll vote on them as a package to send out. What I'm going to specifically say is we are going to need a point person for those recommendations. We do not want one person handling 8 recommendations. So we will need some folks to volunteer to do that. Deb,
I can be a point person of some sort as you need me.
Thank you, Druska. And Deb,
all I was going to say is I completely agree with Druska. In the interest of time and the meetings that you have, I think that's a really good course of action.
Perfect. Stephanie.
I really, reading these 8 and then comparing it with these other 31. I mean, there's so many on this 31 that fall under pretty much one of these 8.
Yes,
they're pretty similar. And then there's some of the stuff that's just a statement. It's not even a recommendation. So, I think we could probably eliminate a good majority of these 31 just by comparing them, because a lot of them kind of fall under one of these other ones that we already kind of have more developed.
So I'm going to be very, very clear. I'm not going to erase anything at this point in time. I know that there are duplicates, but I'm just going to hold that space for them for you guys. What we're really talking about is just these 8 here that have been fleshed out fully with the intent, the problem, the recommendation. We'll send out just those 8 as our package to send to the sounding board, not, give me a second, all of these. So just those fleshed out 8 ones that were fully fleshed out, not these ones from the May 25th meeting or the past meetings. Those are for you guys to look over, review, and see if there's something that you need to draft and develop to. Does that make sense? Okay. Aaron, Juska, and Heath nodding. Okay. So let's take a 5-minute break. Look at those 8. And then we'll be sending out the distribute, pick your area, pick your, my brain's gone already. Pick your area, pick your weapon, and then the other one that we worked on, the damage.
Game damage.
Yes, thank you. Okay.
Hey, Stephanie, are you still on? Oh, are we breaking?
Yes, for
I am
5.
still on, Druska.
Okay, so I had a question for you.
Sure.
In some of those other comments that we can pull from, right underneath it, I mean, there's the one that says collaboration between FWP and Forest Service for habitat that Ian talked about. And right underneath that is address wildlife management area concerns. I wonder if you couldn't pull that one into the habitat one, and the concerns being, you know, are those WMAs being used the way they're intended? And that's a statement I made about the WMAs, and it was because the WMA close to us, the elk are on right now.
Yep.
And they eat it now, and then it's supposed to be winter range, but it's gone by then. And so if we have habitat concerns, that might be, you know, a check that FWP could do. Are your WMAs being used the way you intended?
Yeah, no, that's a good idea.
And that would take two of those then, two of the highlighted ones off that page.
No, good point.
Okay, I'm gonna disappear for a minute. Hey, Brent, are you on? I'm guessing not.
I am.
Oh, I have a
Just
question
little
for you.
slow.
So the brucellosis recommendation, you know, is really concentrating on brucellosis, knowing full well that there's other diseases because of the CWD that you've mentioned. And I think tuberculosis might be one.
Certainly a concern. We don't think we have much of it.
So my question is brucellosis prominent enough that it stays its own kind of recommendation? And then we should, as a group, create another recommendation for other diseases or incorporate?
I think your separation of brucellosis into its own makes sense from the standpoint that we know the risk potential to livestock is there and it's great. Whereas tuberculosis definitely would fit in with brucella is the same problem, but like chronic wasting disease right now, we don't think is going to be a major risk to livestock or humans. And so it's more of a wildlife specific concern.
Okay.
And so it comes with its own concerns. And I don't have any problem with separating them out. And I don't think we would probably even end up making a recommendation from this committee about chronic wasting disease. They've got a nice management plan in the state of Montana already. That's, I shouldn't say it's working because we still have more CWD and we'll continue to have more CWD, but it's in place. So,
Okay.
yeah, that's my 2 cents. Others might say different.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's get things started again as I will ramble for a little bit while folks pop back on. What we're going to do now is we need to think about voting. So we need to have 9 folks approve things to go to the sounding board. So we'll try to get 9 votes to move those recommendations forward to the sounding board. This is just the draft preliminary review of those 3 items in particular for each. The intent, the problem, and the description. So we'll focus on sending those 3 things to the sounding board. 9 members, and we need a point person afterwards to manage all of the content that could come from it. Are there questions, comments, concerns? Okay. We have to wait for at least 9 members to be present. Otherwise, the vote. Yes.
Kimberly, I have a request for you on right under the 8 that are fleshed out. Would you eliminate that increased penalty for trespass one? Because it's already covered. I didn't.
Of course.
I put that in there, and it's already in there in the one of the 8.
Yes. So
could you delete that one?
Sure. I will let me ask the group too. Do you guys, when we get to that point, we'll ask if they want to include the annual or better yet biannual meetings with major stakeholder groups. We'll ask if they want to include that one. Because I didn't include those 2 because they didn't have all of the description, but I will make sure that we don't have that one go out. Thank you, Chuck. Review, check changes, delete that real fast. Okay. So do we have Stephanie?
I was just going to say that is one I think we could flesh out super quick. I think we're all on board with that. And it's mentioned several times in the 31 recommendations too. So we could flesh it out and not make it sound so overwhelming because it is brought up multiple times.
And I think that Chuck is mentioning that it's listed up here in a more fleshed out form is what he was trying to say.
Correct. And it's also mentioned, we crossed off that one that was down at the bottom.
Yes. And it is mentioned.
If you go through the 31, I mean, it's mentioned multiple times there too. So, I mean, I think we could start eliminating this so this document isn't so overwhelming.
Yes.
If we start grouping some of these together, because it's a lot of duplicates.
Yes. They were grouped. People thought it'd be easier as a list, so they became a list. We can regroup if that's easier, but we'll figure out how to make all of the content more manageable. For moving forward with the sounding board, what I need is 9 votes to say yes, and they will go. If we don't get the 9 votes, we will just hold. So first one, that's going to go up is this one here, the promote damaged hunts. The intent, justification, and description, which I can't scroll and show you all of it all at the same time. I can. That work? There you go. You can see all of it now. Can this go to the sounding board? I need some. Okay. Yes. So I don't see race. Okay, race, yes. Chuck, is that a yes?
Whatever you want.
Well, geez, that would be nice. Okay, so I have all yeses. Do I see any no's? Stephanie, that's a yes. Okay. No no's. Okay, Stephanie, you have your hand up.
Would happily be the champion on this and field the comments.
Thank you. Okay, yes. 2 with 1 stone here. Stephanie will be the champion for damage hunts. Thank you. Okay, next up is going to be this one here, which is pick your weapon, pick your area, pick your weapon. I cannot put this all into one, but it is just the intent, the justification, and the description will go to the sounding board. It is all red at this point in time, so very confusing for you to probably read. But it will be the exact same content that we came up with, created jointly in this meeting. Can this go to the sounding board? Yes, 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 yes. Stephanie and Chuck, I don't know what you are. Stephanie's a yes, Chuck? Yep, okay. Any no's? Heath,
I can take this. No, I can take this one though.
Okay, Heath, thank you. Okay. And I do know that Chuck also shared interest, and I think Scott did too, but if you guys want to coordinate, by all means. If not, it's no worries. Oh, I stopped sharing. I apologize.
I would, hey, Kim or Heath,
Yes.
do you want to, you and I to throw in on that one? There's going to be a lot of stuff there.
Yeah, that'd be great with me, Chuck.
We could kind of split some of that stuff up, or I don't know how we do it, but there's going to be, I think there'll be a lot of feedback on that one.
Maybe when it's all, once we get like 5 days worth of comment on it, I can just touch base with you and we can split it up, you and I.
So if it could if it could come to both of us, Kimberly, and then we could, after a couple days, or whatever, we could get together and start compiling some of that into one statement instead of 50.
Yeah.
So we will
Okay,
be
let's do that. Okay.
Sounds good.
Everybody will have all of the comments in case they do need it, but yes, we will make sure that it goes to Heath and Chuck in particular. Ian.
Maybe just answered my question. So I guess as far as comments from the sounding board, that's going to get sent back to the group as a blast email, and there's going to be pertaining such and such comment.
And I will. So I believe, Deb, you are responsible for providing everybody with all of the information. So everybody will get all of the information, and then folks will have to sort through. But she went off.
Well, it depends. We could do it one of 2 ways for this particular thing. For each of the recommendations, we can assign whoever's taking it on and have the sounding board contact that person directly, or everything could, which I wouldn't prefer, everything could come through me and I would try to filter it and shoot it out. But I think if we tie whomever is responsible for the recommendation, if we tie your email address to that recommendation, then the sounding board can just send it directly to you.
I need a vote on that one. So option 1 is the email, the sounding board will be directly given your email address. For response 2 is it all goes through Deb. So option 1, who wants option 1? Deb definitely wants option 1. Okay.
I think Deb would need an assistant if we did that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I think it'd get awful confusing trying to keep up with all the pinging around there. So
let's get Druska's comment. I know she looks like she has one.
So if we do it where it comes to our own email, if we're the point person, do we get all of it? Or do we just get what pertains to that point person? It would
be what pertains to that point person. Now, I can't promise that somebody wouldn't get confused, but that's what we would frame and send out.
And so in the big picture, we might not see every single comment from the sounding board.
Correct.
Okay.
So
just so I understand.
Yep. So we would definitely need to start using that, what communication has happened externally, and making sure that you synthesize all the information appropriately. Chuck and then Stephanie.
Well, I don't know if so we would have to advise the sounding board members. So say you're going to comment, you want to comment on all 3 of these or all 2 of them or however many we have.
Mm-hmm.
You need comments to this area need to go to this group. I mean, that has to be delineated, or else they're gonna just write one long email and it's gonna go, you know, Druska's point, I think, is true. You can get the whole batch, and you don't want that. You want whatever you signed up for to be point person on.
Absolutely, and that's what we'll try to articulate. I can't promise that everybody will understand, but I will do my best.
Stephanie?
Is it possible for us to have the folks who are like, my plan was I will take all of the emails and compile them into at least one Word document and put it on that shared drive so everybody has access to those comments, you know, and then when I present it to the group, kind of compile it, but at least have those comments accessible to everybody in the group so we all can kind of review all the different emails. I think would be the right thing to do.
Okay, so making sure that all of the comments are accessible to all of the folks if they go. So it looks like Deb will say this recommendation goes for these folks, email them. The folks will be responsible for making sure that that information is shared with the group on the site that's made, or if yes, put it on the site or something along those lines, share the information with the group members, and you will be responsible for presenting that information to the group overall. Does that sound like the route we're going? So emails sent directly to you guys, not to Deb. One more. Who was a no on that one? Anyone a no? Okay. Last official other vote. Okay. So we've changed 8 possibly to 9. I've highlighted them here. So these are the ones that got fleshed out that we're going to send to the sounding board that you guys haven't fully vetted in this space. We haven't live edited them. These here. So I'm just going to scroll. Scott, yes.
Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. I don't know what everybody else's feelings are, but I'm fine with throwing all of these to sounding board, but I'd really like to look at the cow tag one a little bit deeper before we do, because that one has a lot of, I think there's a lot.
That was the second one, Kimberly.
That was the second one.
Thank you.
Yep. I think that there's a lot that could be done to that still. So if everybody'd agree to it, I'd love to hold that one back, but all the rest we could do. But I also agree with Stephanie that I think that we could knock out the stricter penalty one, like lickety split, if we wanted to do, you know, really do another one thoroughly. So that's it.
So thank you, Scott. So I'll pull that one and just say it would be this one here, the reduce the length, and I'm just going to scroll down so you guys can see them all. You should have this list. It's only the second one that's getting removed, that shift the focus. So I'll slowly start scrolling down. I pulled this one because Chuck asked for it to be pulled. And then the other question is, would you want this one included? So from those yellow ones, are we all comfortable with those getting sent? And then do we want this one here sent as well?
I would stick with the yellow ones personally.
Okay. Other folks comfortable?
I agree, sticking with the yellow.
Okay, so we'll stick with the yellow for now. And those, oh, Chuck, yes.
Yeah, so the biennial meetings with stakeholder groups, I don't think that should go out. It's not ready to go out. But would the group be okay if I've fleshed that out in the intent, problem, and distribution format for further consideration?
You've got head nods.
No, please do.
So
I really think it's important. I think we're missing the boat a little bit. Those groups never talk to each other. In fact, there's a lot of animosity. And then it kind of, it kind of depends on which group of commissioners you have in. how wildlife is managed. You're going to kind of please one group or the other. There needs to be some collaboration. So I really feel strongly on that one. So I will work on that for the next meeting, if the group will consider it.
Yep.
You've
I
got
think
lots
it's
of-
great.
Mhm.
Thanks, Chuck.
Okay.
Perfect. So sticking with the yellow ones, removing this last one here. Are we comfortable sending those to the sounding board? That is your vote. So, Heath, keep your thumbs up for a little bit. I don't see Chuck, Matt, Brett, Chuck, Brett. Okay. Aaron, what are you at? Okay. Okay. And then race one more time. Perfect. Is anyone a no? Okay. So we'll send all of those out to the sounding board. We do need point people for those in particular, and we have lots. Stacy.
I would be willing to take the 2 education ones. I think they're close enough together that I can handle both of them.
Okay. So the education program, and
I think the other one was an ethics education.
yes, perfect. Okay. What about
I can do
other-
the brucellosis one.
Okay. Brucellosis. Okay. What about, let me just go down the list. Reduced length of hunting seasons in Montana. Oh, sorry, Aaron and Ian.
So, yep, I can do the enforce stricter penalties.
Enforce, okay. And then Ian?
I was gonna say I could help Stacy out with kind of the education ones. I kind of have an idea rolling around in my head on the type 3 block management that kind of links into as well.
Okay. So Ian and Stacy on education, reducing length of hunting seasons in Montana. Anybody?
Second.
Race, perfect. Okay, did we get them all? Enforcement, education. FWP biologists sit down with landowners in a working group style to discuss elk.
I can do that one.
Okay. And then user-friendly methods, user-friendly and effective methods to collect data. Ian?
I'd be up for that.
And then the last one is the one we will hold on the shift focus from bull tags to cow tags to create a private land only cow tag. That might be something that we have a conversation here about or review. Okay, so please review that one and we'll go from there. Moving forward, I think, was it Matt that I could almost get to volunteer to do the transferable tags to think about how to translate that one?
Don't say transferable tags.
That one with Scott, yes.
Yeah, I'll volunteer to be Matt's number 2 on that one.
Okay. Matt, did I do? Okay.
Or the number 1.
Oh, that's a great way to volunteer somebody. Good job.
You're so sneaky.
Okay, so please look over that one, tweak, change, and adjust so it's something that we can present and not censor ourselves in this space to have that conversation. Okay, so we have 30 minutes left, approximately. The end of today, which we were supposed to cover content-wise, is really addressing what was it? Address quality access to harvest. Okay, so that was what we were going to talk about in the second half of the meeting. I do know that Chuck you guys requested that Chuck discuss his experiences. What I'm going to say is we're going to go as far as we can down this path, which is not a lot of time to cover a lot of information overall. moving forward, I'm just going to please ask that we use these meeting spaces for these conversations and discussions. And then as we have these point people, please integrate that information so that we can pull it together as quickly as possible and save this space for those conversations that we need to have. Before we jump in, Ian, yes.
Sorry to take us back. On the sounding board interaction, is this out of line, or would it be reasonable to send out our template for comments? I don't know. I mean, I don't want to open too much of a can of worms, but I don't want to overlook if there's somebody that has just an excellent idea and they're willing to write it up in a succinct format. Is that a bad idea, or is that something that send it out and they could, hey, don't take it, I mean, put a caveat in there, don't throw out everything, but if there's something that hasn't been discussed or you're very passionate about, I don't know.
Let's take Druska, and then I have a thought that I'd want you to be aware of.
So I'm a little confused. Are you talking that you want to have the sounding board make comments on the template we're using, or actual info?
Not the template. Like if they had some, I mean, if there's an item that's not on our list or something that they wanted that they were passionate about, that they wanted to flesh out. I mean, it might.
Oh, okay.
Open
so
a
they
can
could
of worms.
add. Okay.
Yeah, if they basically do the group's work for us and they come to us with an idea, we're all like, well, why didn't we think of that? I don't know.
So
okay. Thought.
Yeah, Chuck.
Yeah, so I don't, maybe I missed something here, but I don't think I think we pulled the shift to focus from bull tags to cow tags and create a private land tag. That's been pulled, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
And we've not discussed that.
Correct.
So, I think we ought to stay on these bullet point issues, and we got, how many meetings left do we have? And we got a lot of work to do.
Yep.
I would like, if it's okay with the group, I'd rather defer what I'd have to say, which I don't even know what I'm going to say, and have some discussion on that bullet point, and or on that particular topic, and then decide what we're going to do with it. Is that?
So we have two conversations going on at the same time. So let's hold Chuck on next steps where we're going. Let's take care of Ian's question really quickly of sending out the recommendation to the sounding board and as a blank template and saying, please respond with any recommendations. Typically that's called like a citizen jury. So you bring it in, you send it out, you have people fill it out, they look at it, you evaluate it and see if it's within scope, reason, all that fun stuff. You can go about that. I just want to fully acknowledge if you get 250 responses, you're reading and evaluating 250 responses. But I'll also, Deb is on camera, so I'll let her say anything that she needs to say at this point too.
I guess my comment is that you're gonna get that. I think if somebody thinks they have a really good idea, they're not going to hold back, Ian. They're gonna let you know. I think you should try to focus the comments on the recommendations that you're sending out right now. You guys have a lot of work, as Chuck acknowledged, so I don't know that you would want to do more. And as somebody said earlier, I don't remember who, maybe it was Brent, you guys are a cross section of the public anyway, so I don't know that people would be coming up with any, real divergent ideas than what you already have come up with. So that's my 2 cents. You're gonna get whatever they want to send you anyway, and it might be different than what you're asking. So just my 2 cents.
And the one additional component that I will add to that is you are a group, and part of the benefit is to collaborate with each other to enhance your recommendations too. So that's something that you guys do provide as well. Stephanie.
Can I offer to go through these 31 and then make suggestions on which ones should just be removed because they fall under one of the other recommendations we already did? So so we don't have such a long list, and maybe I'll group them together and send it out to everyone to review via email, and that way we don't have so much on these secondary recommendations.
Now we have 3 conversations. We'll hold on Stephanie's really quickly. Let's circle back to Ian's really fast and say, we're comfortable just sending it out. We'll get comments back, no blank template sent to the sounding group. Are we comfortable on that decision? Acknowledging of some sort.
Fine.
Okay, we'll do that. Chuck's question about what we're going to continue with today. Do you want to focus in on that? And then Stephanie's discussion, are we comfortable consolidating her working to consolidate all of the recommendations moving forward? So no,
yeah, am I up? Yeah, Stephanie, go for it. That's great. That saves us a bunch of time. And
Thank you.
Just to follow up on that first conversation, I think we're all getting quite a few comments, and anyway, and they're coming and will continue to come. So I think we don't have to solicit that. I'm confident. I hope people feel like they can just email us or call in anytime, and I think they're doing that. So just wanted to say that.
Thanks, Chuck. So to confirm, we're comfortable Stephanie's moving forward. Anybody not? Okay, Ian.
I guess thinking about it just again, I guess the reason for me saying that comment in the first place is not that we're getting the comments, and I completely agree with that. I guess it's maybe to encourage the format in which we receive comments. So we're not like, okay, if you're going to come up with the idea and you're on the sounding board, put it in a group or put it in a format that helps us, so we're not spending time doing the formatting in the group, just having it thrown out there. I'm not sure that changes. I probably lean away from that, but if it was available to them that they could, okay, you're going to come up with a comment, put it in this format for us. But anyway,
So, I will fully let you know they're going to get the format of the template just filled out with
I
this.
suppose, yeah, they're going to get, okay.
Yeah.
Fair
I don't know
enough.
if that helps. And then we had another conversation going. Chuck's conversation about what to focus in on next. Do you guys want to talk about addressing quality access to harvest, or do you want to pause the conversation to address that one bullet point in particular? Jessica.
Was it quality access to hunt, or was it the private landowner tag that you wanted to talk about, Chuck?
Tell you the truth, I don't know what I was supposed to talk about for sure. I guess maybe Kimberly, you could remind me, did I say that I was going to do something, or, I mean,
you were voluntold by Brent last time to share your experience with, you had an effort with multiple stakeholders to get land access. Brent went off mute so he can more adequately describe.
I don't think we need to hear that any longer. There was a recommendation along lines of the collaborative effort between groups that just got sent out. So I think Chuck 10 minutes ago wanted to go revisit the cow tag on private land and finish that, since we didn't get that finished, and maybe we can knock that out in 10 minutes here.
Okay. Is that the route we want to go?
let's do that.
Okay.
The shift focus. Oh, computer. Is it this one? The shift focus from bull tags to cow tags?
Yep.
Okay. I'm just going to leave this here. as a reminder. We can
You know,
adjust.
for the title, you could probably just use the second sentence. Create a private land only cow tag, leave out the bull stuff.
Okay. Driscoll, you still have your hand up, and Scott, you have your hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't need to.
Scott.
Sorry, I gotta look. We got 20 minutes, so I'm sorry to even say this, but the reason I thought about holding off on this one is I can't use that one word that we all know what I'm talking about, but I can't say it anymore because of our reprimand at the beginning of our thing. But I think there's a way to take the party hunting idea and combine it with this cow tag, with this landowner cow tag, and I haven't quite nailed that down yet. But my thought was maybe for the title of the recommendation to have it be a landowner B tag with the option to surrender. So you're addressing your landowner cow tag, and you're changing our verbiage to make that tag something that the sportsman could use in a party hunting application.
Okay, so I think landowner isn't correct there. It's a private land only.
Correct.
Tag.
Yes.
Right.
Private
And
land
so,
B tag. Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Thank you.
With
Thank you
the
for catching that. That would have been a poop storm. Thank you.
It seems like that's like most of the hang up I heard was just that landowner portion of it, or the transferable portion. I think that private land is crucial.
Right, and I think that's why we got in trouble at the beginning, and that's, that was never a part of it in any of our ideas. The people that I've talked to, I don't think that was ever any part of it. So we can clear that up, and that's no big deal. I wondered if that's where the hang up was.
Okay. Stephanie.
I think you could also clarify some of the other hang up points that people have, in addition to it being definitely a B tag, but also clarifying that it is only in areas that are over objective. And then the way it was initially worded, it looked like only the landowner could kill these elk, but I don't think that that's the right way to word it either. So again, just making sure that this is party hunting is only in areas over objective.
Okay. So I want to be clear because I think we're talking two separate things here. This one is the one that we just pulled from the list of things. And I think we also are talking about the other one, which shall not be named, which we filled out as well at the same time. So I want to be very clear that this one is the one that was on the list that we removed. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
So as a group, do we want to address them separately or combined?
Right.
I guess in my mind, if we have an issue where we need more private land B tags in areas that are not over objective, then we need to split it up. If our primary focus with the private land B tag is the over objective areas, we can put them together. So I'm going to need other input because all I know is the context of where I'm at. So everybody else will have to tell me what they think on that.
So it's going to have to get split up because so the point here would be, even if you have a private land tag in an area that's under objective, but has diseased wildlife, you're still going to want to be able to use cow tags to reduce that population.
Sure.
Or prevent commingling or whatever else, disease spread, etc. So the over objective part, if we want to tie that to a private land tag, would have to be separate, or you would have to kind of flesh it out in the description.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So Ian and Matt.
I guess I was just going to make the comment that looking at the current deer and elk regulations, there are a lot of caveats that the antlerless tags, deer and elk, that there is, that it specifies that B license is valid on private land only.
Matt, Chuck, and then Stephanie.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that I understand this one, because isn't this already been done, or isn't it, don't they already do this in some manner? That for B tags good on private land only? Deb?
She's on hold real quick.
Okay.
We'll circle back to that question.
I have something vaguely in my mind, Matt, that goes along with that. I don't think that's wrong. I think that might be true.
Yeah, I believe there is this already, but I do kind of like the idea if you made like this a special party type tag, might be an idea. I don't know.
So let's get Chuck, then Stephanie, and then I have a thought of a path forward. You're on mute, Chuck.
I was just gonna ditto the part, it seems like we've already got this, but I'm looking through my regulations right now, so I won't take any more time, but we want to make sure that we're not gonna institute something we already have.
Wise choice indeed. Stephanie.
I guess, I mean, we have 15 minutes left. I feel like this is kind of a big topic between these B tags and whatnot. I don't know if there's something else that we need to kind of close out, but I feel like this is probably another area where at this point, I feel like my brain is mush, and delving into a whole new issue seems really difficult with 15 minutes left.
So one other comment I'd make about this is that, it seems like, so B tags are what's always talked about. And so from an ignorant non-hunter, I have no clue on B tags. But the other thing that there always seems to be this push to hunt bulls. And, if we want to reduce elk numbers and make them accessible, I think we have to create ways for the hunters to get to them. And if the private landowner tag private land tag, and if we wanted to make them, in a party situation, I talked to Scott a little bit about this, and I was having a really hard time when I was trying to discuss it then. It just could have a lot of uses. It could be if your elk are causing some damage. It could be a brucellosis mitigation issue. It could be a way to move elk off of private land onto public land to allow for better harvest for a public hunter. There's lots of things this tag could do. If in fact a B tag does the same thing, then yes, we're doing two things and it shouldn't be like that. But I don't know if a B tag really addresses all of that.
All a B tag is, Druska, is just a cow tag. It doesn't, it has nothing to do with anything other than the sex of the animal. So
Okay.
yes. So in theory, yeah, it should. I mean, it doesn't matter if you're, shooting at a bull or a cow. Obviously, like harvesting cows is better for populations. It's for reduction of populations, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that what you're getting at, yeah, I think that the B tag itself is just to target cow elk specifically. And I think if with all those things that you mentioned, I think it would do what you're getting at, basically.
Okay. Thank you.
That's just my opinion.
Maybe readjusting, and I will say Deb is back. Matt, if you have that question again, or Scott, do you want to?
Sorry about that, guys. When the director calls, you have to answer sometimes.
Are we waiting on me? So I
don't
guess
know.
in respect to Stephanie's brain being mush and everybody being tired, at this point in time, if we wanted to put a pin in this one, I would be willing to try to get it formatted in in the template that we have so that we could address it next time and see if we can't, and then we'll get our information on whether that's already been done, like Matt asked. And then there's a couple of things I wanted to look at on that one too. So I would volunteer to do that if we wanted to just put this off for a little while.
That's fine.
Was there a question for me that could help you?
Think of
Somebody,
them.
Kimberly said there was a question for me.
Oh, we were just curious. So don't they already have a B tag that's only good on private land currently? So like this wouldn't be a new idea.
Wasn't it called the A9 tag?
Yeah, so there are, but it's not, it's only in certain hunting districts. It's not across the board. Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah.
So if you wanted a private land only cow tag statewide, that would be a change.
Yes. Mhm.
Okay.
So Scott, I'll stop sharing. Scott will work to consolidate our information as of thus far, provide some information in template format so that we can review. For those other ones there, Stephanie's going to look through all of the recommendations, sort through, see which ones we can group and cluster and all of that fun stuff. I would highly recommend, if you are going to go out on your own, to only create recommendations that we already have, not to venture extremely far. At this point, it would be a recommendation to consider, but we'll circle back and have that in-group discussion on things if we need to expand out so that we can cover what we need to cover. Please review the information that we have for the recommendations and see what areas we need to prioritize in particular. I will start transitioning the meetings to our front half of the meeting will be a conversation about responses from the sounding board. The second half will be developing and revising recommendations based off of those areas. So we will talk a little bit about addressing access to harvest. We will talk a little bit about improving stakeholder relationships. That way we could talk about each of these, and if there's any collaboration that we need to have to make a more robust recommendation, we can get the foundation for that, find folks to develop the additional information necessary, and circle back to. And I'll give you some additional thoughts before we leave too, but I see Ian has his hand up.
Well, I guess I've been thinking it for a little bit. You just mentioned it again, like that. Maybe we could take a straw poll. Chuck started on that, like the quality access to harvest and some of these other remaining bullet items. I guess the topic that you were talking about covering in the rest of the meeting. I'm just wondering if we need to, go down that path, period, or if we just talk about the recommendations, and those are just, that's how we vet our ideas.
So you're saying come up with recommendations, then circle back and see if they address these key issues.
Yeah, I guess I don't know. What do we accomplish, or maybe I'm off, but address quality access to harvest, like spending an hour or whatever on that. What do we accomplish on talking about that?
Stop sharing. Yeah, let me give you 1 second. Let me pull this up.
Well, isn't that one of our key issues?
Yes.
So if we identified it as a key issue, I think we elevated it to some level of importance.
So to give you a quick snapshot reminder of what we did. So we addressed addressing quality access to harvest. We came up with those as our key issues that we need to address. So we need to address these for elk management in particular. Then we went through this process where we identified the key factors here, things that we thought were important. This was really hard for you guys to get that content, but I think it's really helpful. Things that stand out are like the land quality of habitat, ensuring guardrails for landowners, streamlined process, landowners grant access to the land, but based off of hunter's purpose. My brain is a little bit fried, so I'm reading a little funny. I apologize. Those are the key things that we think should be included or are important in addressing quality access. You came up with some recommendations based off of those. recognizing with Brian's information, there's no access, there's current access, there's future access. I'm gonna probably blow some people's minds here in the last like couple minutes, so it's never fun to do that. I apologize, but just bear with me for a second. This is a diagram that I made because this is helpful for me. This does not reflect or represent anything that y'all do, but it's something to take into consideration. We didn't map things out at all, but it helps. So I'm going to try to filter down. When we talk about access, what I did was I took all those key factors and smushed it into a question saying, what practical actions FWP implements so that landowners connect with each other, choose to grant access to their lands or habitat while ensuring guardrails for the landowners and streamline process for the hunters based off of the purpose of the hunt. When we develop recommendations, we probably want to think about how all of these pieces come into play. When I went through this, I just said, okay, how does a landowner get access overall? So you have your potential future, that was from Brian, your current and your no access. So I made an assumption. This is Kimberly's defined process. You do not have to listen to it, may not make sense. You have to have awareness of a program for landowners to engage in it. They have to be interested in it, and there has to be some level of incentives. They have to be willing to try the program, and they have to be willing to sustain or continue the program over time. So I just made a process map. And then by doing that, I can say, well, FWP probably doesn't want to announce all of trying to get access to everywhere, like Stacy mentioned previously. You don't want to just get everywhere. You want to get those realistic places that you can get. You probably also want to tie it to whatever quality. So you probably want the elk to be there. You probably want quality habitat. These things are probably linked. When you think about incentives, we've talked about that block management. We've also talked about quality versus quantity of the habitat. Are the incentives here for landowners matching hunters' incentives? You can start looking at this picture overall, right? I recommend looking at developing, when you're going through the process of recommendations, having a bit of a conversation on what the map looks like overall, so you can strategically develop your specific recommendations. A process chain really helps because you can sort of see along the way where the breakdown's occurring, if it's occurring, make your connections through different areas or avenues. That would be my thoughts to start thinking about that. I would say in our meetings, we should probably have a bit of a conversation of, are we really getting access to these quality areas? Is that something that we're doing? Did we hit our mark on that? Did we hit our mark on improving stakeholders? Did we hit our mark on ... I would say that there's value in looking at it from the issue and then downwards rather than upwards. But that's my take on things. And I know that that's a lot of process and you guys don't necessarily want to do that. So I would throw that out as something that you guys should consider. But we should talk about just each of those key issues.
Well, I guess is that access like that? Is that topic? Is that a recommendation? Address quality access. Is that one of our recommendations? It's a deliverable, or is that just for the internal benefit of the group? I'm confused on that.
Address quality access to harvest.
Yeah.
That's one of your key issues that you're trying to address.
Right. We're trying to address that, but that's not going to be an end product deliverable, correct? Or is that something that we're going to be, are we putting that out?
Your recommendation should address quality access to harvest.
Right. So we're going to have recommendations that go out
that address those key issues.
Yeah. Like, I guess so is that bullet list, is that list going to go out in addition to our individual pointed recommendations? Okay, then I guess.
So let's walk through this one more time. And here's your template.
Torpedo the last little bit.
No worries. It's better that it's clear, right? So each of your recommendations addresses one of these key issues. So the intent of your recommendation should address one of your key issues.
Right.
So your key issues is address quality access to harvest. So your recommendation should address how you're accessing quality access to harvest. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, I guess it makes perfect sense. I guess maybe I'm oversimplifying it to me. Addressing quality access to harvest, or like Matt's wordsmithing on that. That makes the end result of that makes perfect sense to me. So I don't know, like, I guess I know I don't have to be you don't have to describe it to me, or we don't have to have a discussion on what the intent of that is. I kind of know it, and then we just get into the what are the recommendations out of that.
Here's the issue that happens from that. This is the problem. One of these are the problems you're trying to solve.
Right.
One of these are the problems. If you think that you know what the intent is and it doesn't match one of these problems, you're solving for a different problem. You're creating a recommendation that doesn't solve your problem. So that's why we look at these. There are key problems we're solving. How do you solve them? And that's what your recommendation is. You don't want to say, let's solve something. Did we solve the right thing? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess, but yeah, we can, I'm just wondering with the remaining time, I guess how much time are we gonna talk about those things versus
yeah. Juska.
So two things. I think once Stephanie does her compiling of those bullet points, it might be easier for us to finish addressing and utilizing them to benefit the key issues. When they're all like bullet pointed, it's easy to kind of lose track. So I think when Stephanie does that, that will help. So if you go back to that one that we pulled, the private land only cow tag. So if you're putting more cow tags on private land, there is a potential that it pushes elk onto public land, which could be used to increase access to harvest, quality access to harvest. So when you look at your key issues, then that recommendation potentially works to solve quality access of harvest. Now, you can't guarantee any of that stuff because, elk are elk, but if they move to public land, then it would be better for access. So that's how, when I look at intent and then the key issues, that's sort of how I think, I guess. I don't know if that helps, Ian. Sorry if it doesn't.
No, I think so, but I guess so that the path forward is we're going to spend a chunk of each. We have a couple remaining bullet items that we're going to go back in and take a deeper dive into. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, like your habitat issue.
Right.
Well,
so the meeting will be split into two halves. The first half is going to be the content from the sounding board, anything that you're trying to develop that needs to be reviewed in this space here. So specifically the content that's developed by the sounding board, okay? That response in that space. We want to make sure that we hit all of those key issues that we've identified. So we're going to talk focused recommendations in the second half based off of those topic areas. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess I'll let it play out. So.
And we can talk offline if that helps too, Ian. That might help. Okay. Is anybody else really confused too? Questions that we need to address?
I'm not confused.
Okay. Okay. So we are at time. Any last questions, comments, concerns? No? Okay, we're set. We're ready. We'll see you on the 21st.
Hi, everybody.
Everybody.
Yeah.